It's playing now. Hello, hello. Making sure. And why can't I? Hello, hello. Let's see here. Chat. Why am I not able to talk YouTube live control panel? No. So weird. Hello, hello, everyone. Yes, we're going to be beginning in about 15 minutes or so. I'm just going to wait for more people to show up. Now, as far as streaming goes, I just want to tell you guys, I will be streaming here on YouTube, so I'm going to continue to stream here on YouTube because as far as YouTube censorship goes, I've never had an issue with just streaming. I've never had an issue with YouTube censorship regulation rules just streaming. I've only had issues with video uploads and pre-recorded videos. So as far as streaming goes, I will continue to stream on here. I'm going to begin streaming on Rumble. Let me see if I can also start streaming on Rumble right now, actually. I've never streamed on Rumble before, so I'm gonna... I'm going to try to stream on Rumble, actually. I'm gonna see if this works. Never streamed on Rumble before. Oh. That's weird. I guess I have to go through OBS. I don't know. I have to figure all that out. Rumble is kind of complicated. It's a little bit more complicated than YouTube as far as streaming goes. I have to stream only through a streaming service like OBS. With YouTube, if I want to do a live stream right now, I could just do it. But I do prefer to use OBS because with OBS, I can schedule my streams on YouTube and I can announce my future streams on YouTube, so that it's better that way. But if I just wanted to spontaneously just live stream on YouTube, I could. But with Rumble, it seems like I have to only go through a streaming service, which is weird. I'll have to figure out Rumble. Yeah, I just don't know how to do that yet. I'll have to figure that out. Nice to have you back. Appreciate that, sir. Let's see here. Hello, user ZU6. Is this stream going to be on Rumble? I already answered that. Should be a good stream. Yes, I think it will be a good stream. My dad's going to be on here in a little bit. Not too long from now. I'm just going to wait for some more people to show up, and I just wanted to make sure that all of my audio settings were good. Because sometimes OBS can be a little bit tricky. Nice to have you back. Appreciate that. Dyke Cactus. Hello, Sweet Body Fitness. Hope you're doing good. Hope you enjoy your steak, too. Thank you for your good work you do, Mr. Theodore. Appreciate that, Alan Elsama. Appreciate that very much, sir. Thank you. Yeah, we'll be able to catch my first live stream. See you in 5 hours. Appreciate that, Arya. Thank you. Hello, Bruce Harris. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Hello, see here. The title of the stream is Slander. You're trying to associate one-to-one Christian Zionism with political Zionism when they are not the same. I don't know what you're talking about. I said Christian Zionism. I didn't say political Zionism in the title, so you're the one doing slander by saying that it's slander. I got questions about last time, but going to be at like 6:30. All right, no problem. We'll be here. Master Driver, hello, Min Family 43119. I'm already following you on Rumble. Please don't make BitChute your main platform. It censors conservative channels. Really? Well, don't worry. I'll be on Rumble, so we're good. Let's see here. Ted's chat is already lit up. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Yeah, we got a good chat. This core audience of mine is pretty good. This is the best audience I've ever had. Hope you enjoyed that steak, sir. Hello, Prince Zachariah. Happy Friday, Mr. Joe Ferlova Carcel. Hope life is good for you. Are you friends with Marquette Devon? I have no idea who that is. We can hear you. Appreciate that. AB Juan Kenobi. Shabbat Shalom, Susan Jacob. Oh boy. It's time for some theology, absolutely. Just saw your goodbye vid a minute ago and was all sad, then got your live stream notice and cheered me up. Appreciate that, sir. Yeah, I'll still be streaming because I've never had an issue with censorship on streaming. I've only had issues for uploads. Now, if YouTube one day decides to give me problems over just a live stream, then I'm going to start having to rethink streaming on here. Got some iced coffee. Hello from Portugal. I'm Ethiopian. Hello, sir. Glad to have you on. Core family is the bomb. The core audience. Man, I could talk about this for hours, but my dad's going to be on here in about 10, 15 minutes or so. When it comes to YouTubing, hello, Brian West. When it comes to YouTubing and just making videos in general, core audience is everything. Don't focus on only subscription numbers. Your subscriber count is cool, and it's going to be a pretty decent gauge to know how many views more or less you're going to get for any given video. But understand that just because you have 1 million subscribers doesn't mean you're going to have 1 million views. Just because you have 16,000 subscribers doesn't mean you're going to have 16,000 views. If you have 16,000 subscribers, that means you're going to get on average 4,000 to 5,000, maybe 6,000 views on average for your videos. So understand that your subscriber count is going to give you really an estimation more or less of how big your core audience is. So when you see your subscriber numbers grow, just understand that most of those numbers are fluff. Most of those people who subscribe to you are just people who subscribe to you probably just because of one video that you uploaded. Once you start uploading content that isn't exactly the same type of content that they subscribe to you for, they're not going to click on that content for the most part. But when your subscriber number does grow, what that means is that your core audience has grown. So if you have 5,000 subscribers, your core audience is probably 500 people. If you have 16,000 subscribers, your core audience is probably 4,000 people. If you have 1 million subscribers, more than likely your core audience is at around 100,000 people. So don't obsess too much over subscription number. It's cool, it's nice, but just see it as a gauge for how big your core audience more or less is. Good Friday to you, sir, Monkey Brain. Yeah, the YouTube censorship. Here's the thing about the videos is if I continue uploading videos on here, if I continue to do pre-recorded content on YouTube, if I continue to upload excerpts from my streams on YouTube, it is only a matter of time before YouTube just deactivates this whole account. Because the thing about YouTube is that it has a 3-strike rule somewhat. So if you get, let's say you get a strike, right? Let's say YouTube sends you an email and says you broke TOS. You said that I think that Mr. Mustache Man from Germany is going to come back, and I think that Israel could be seeing a pretty dark future. And YouTube says that that's anti-Semitism, whatever. And so they give you a 1-week suspension. What it is that you get a strike on your account. Now, if you do no more violations, right? If you get no more violations for 90 days after getting that strike is erased from your record. This is how YouTube works. But let's say you get 1 strike, and then within 90 days of getting that strike, you get a 2nd strike. What happens? You get a 2-week suspension, and if you get a 3rd strike within the next 90 days or so, your account is bye-bye. It's gone. And so, more or less, this is how YouTube functions. And I've gone through this several times already. I made my first YouTube account when I was in high school. When I was in high school, YouTube didn't really have much censorship. It had some censorship, but nothing like now. And if you look at my old account, by the way, got revived from the dead. It's called T Shoebot, T as in Tom, and then Shoebot. You can look it up. You can literally see videos that I was making when I was in high school. It's pretty crazy how not insane, but it's pretty crazy just how uneducated I was at that time. But I was very confident, and I was confident enough to make videos, which was crazy. But that channel got taken down. And then I did my 2nd channel, which I believe was called Theodore Shoebot. It was just called Theodore Shoebot. That channel eventually got taken down. And then I did my 3rd account, which was a great account. You know, it was a really cool account. I did a lot of stuff on European politics, and that account got taken down because I said that we could be seeing another Shoah in the future. And YouTube said that's anti-Semitic. I don't know how. I literally said in the video that it's a warning to Israel. It's a warning. This video is a warning to the world. It's a warning to humanity. It's a warning to the Jewish people that there could be a very, very dark future ahead for the Jewish people in the future. And YouTube said it's anti-Semitic, and they deactivated the whole account. That's what happened. So then I did my 4th channel, which is this channel. This is my 4th channel. So I've gone through the YouTube process of elimination 3 times. So I know how it works, more or less. And I also understand, I have an awareness of the patterns that you see before getting eliminated. And I've seen these patterns too many damn times. And for my experience, once you start getting strikes for breaking the rules that you never broke, once they start saying you broke the rules when you didn't really break the rules, understand that the end is near if you continue uploading videos. Now, there was something that I wanted to say about this. If you continue to do content, if I continue to upload videos, YouTube can take those videos down, or can take any one of those videos down for whatever freaking reason it wants to take those videos down. It can just say, we feel, in fact, when YouTube sends you an email letting you know that you got a strike, it says, we think that you broke the rules, right? In fact, I can just pull it up here just to make sure that I'm not wrong here. But I'm pretty certain this is what they tell people. Let me just see something here. Yeah. So they don't say we think, but they say it looks like your video, I was raised to be a Zionist, but then I got blackpilled, did not follow community guidelines. So they don't say you broke the rules. They say it looks like you broke the rules. So the rule, if you ever take the time to read YouTube's rules, a lot of these rules are written in a way where they can be interpreted in several different ways. So for example, there's one rule that YouTube has that says you can't make fun of people based on how they look. So that means you can't make fun of fat people. You can't say, oh, look at this fat person here. Well, people do that all the time, and nothing happens to them. People call people fat and make fun of how people look all the time. Nothing happens to them. So if they don't like you, they're going to find a video. If someone doesn't like you, they're going to find a video where it looks like you're making fun of someone based on how they look or whatever, and they're going to say, look, this guy broke the rules. If YouTube wants to remove you, they're going to remove you. If they don't want to remove you, they're not going to remove you. People do, for example, Tectone, famous YouTuber, big Twitch streamer guy, the whole thing. Tectone does a video on black fatigue. He calls it black fatigue. Now, I don't do videos on those topics because I just don't want to I don't want to fan the flames that already exist in American society. I just don't want to get involved in that sort of thing. But there's a term that's very popular on X. It's called black fatigue. It's basically people who say, well, we don't like certain behaviors that we see certain black folks doing, blah, blah, blah. And they call it black fatigue. Well, Tectone does a video called Black Fatigue. Now, that video, I'm not saying it should be taken down. I don't think it should be taken down. But that video could easily be interpreted as justifying racism. Steve Crowder talks about how people in America have negative experiences with black folks. Do I think that video should be taken down? No. But I could easily see how that video could be used, or how that video could be accused of justifying racism. A lot of videos out there can be accused of justifying racism. The way I look at it is, it depends on who's saying it. That's really what matters at the end of the day for YouTube. Who's saying it? If someone that they want out of YouTube says it, then they're going to do a strike on the person's account. If someone on YouTube says something that could be interpreted as justifying racism, and YouTube wants that person to stay, that person is going to stay. I mean, that's really the bottom line, because the rules, TOS, the terms of service of YouTube are written so vaguely that it's just, you could find any conservative YouTube channel, find some videos and say, I think that these videos justify, pick your phrase, racism, anti-Semitism, supremacism, violence, whatever. And if YouTube wants that channel out, they'll interpret some video that this channel has done to mean that it's justifying racism, to find a reason or a pretext to get rid of that person. That's just the bottom line. That's how I see things. Because YouTube said that I justified racism and supremacism. The video is literally me saying, hey, I was raised to be a Zionist, and then I got red-pilled on the whole thing, and I realized that there's a lot of racism in the Zionist movement. And I was literally exposing racism and condemning racism and warning people about the revival of Nazism in the video. And I told this, and I wrote YouTube. I spoke to somebody from YouTube even, and I said, please, have the video reviewed. I don't want to leave YouTube. And the person, just some guy in New Delhi is writing you, telling you, nope, you're a racist. Well, what kind of bullshit is that? That's bullshit. I'm not interested. So, one thing I know about YouTube, and I told you guys this before. I told you guys this in a prior stream. I said, guys, because I did the Charlie Kirk video about my speculation about Israel and Charlie Kirk and all that. I did not expect that video to blow up. Honest to God, I put my hand on the Bible. I did not expect that video to blow up. I expected that video to get 1,000, 2,000 views tops. That's it. I literally uploaded that video. I recorded myself talking. spent some time doing some editing work, uploaded it. As it was uploading, I went out of my room to play Dead Space. No joke. I was playing freaking Dead Space. Playing Dead Space, not even thinking about the video. I forgot about the video. I'll be honest with you. Then I stopped playing Dead Space. I was, oh, let me go see if my video's up. Video's up. I was like, okay. And then I said, oh, it has 500 views. Yeah, okay, that's pretty typical for a story like this. Then, boom, the video blew up. And then I got all these subscribers. I got all these new subscribers. Got all these new audience members. And I told myself, I said, this is great that I've expanded my audience, but I understand the reality of the danger zone. There is something called, this is, I call it, I've made this up, but I'm pretty certain other people have gone through, I know that other people have gone through a similar experience, but there's something in YouTube that I like to call the danger zone. And that is when you kind of blow up on YouTube and your subscriber numbers increase tremendously overnight, and you get all these new followers, and you go from being a 5,000 subscriber Andy to being a 16, 20,000 subscriber Andy. And your views are going to go up, and you're going to continue to grow. If YouTube doesn't take you out, you're going to continue to grow. You're going to get 20,000, you're going to get 21,000, 25,000. And the algorithm is really going to push you ahead, because the algorithm is going to say, oh, look, this guy gets some pretty good engagement. Let's expand this video to more people's recommended list so we can increase the views so that YouTube can make more money out of this video. That's pretty much how it works. And the reason why I call this the danger zone is because when your audience expands, so do your enemies. You're going to get more haters. And when you get more haters, you're going to get a bunch of people who are going to put in the effort to try to get your channel taken down. And they're going to find any little reason to report you. They're going to interpret things you say as racism when you're not even preaching racism. They're going to take what you say and say that you're promoting anti-Semitism when you're not promoting anti-Semitism. You're doing the very opposite. And they're just going to mass report you. And then it's YouTube's decision whether or not it wants to punish you. And I think that what determines YouTube's decision to punish a channel or to not punish a channel is if you're in the club. Bottom line. Because there's a lot of people on YouTube who say all sorts of things that could be interpreted as racism. There's all sorts of people on YouTube who say things that could more easily be interpreted as racism than anything I've ever said. People talking about black fatigue, people talking about Jewish power, people talking about, you have Nick Fuentes on YouTube talking about how Jews have the power in America, and then now white people are going to retake their power back. I mean, you could easily take a statement like that and interpret it as justifying racism. I've never said anything like that. Never. But you could easily take a statement like what Nick Fuentes said on the Dave Smith show about Jewish power and whites retaking that power and interpret it as justifying racism. But that video doesn't get taken down. So how do you explain this two-tier regulation system? How do you explain this double standard? The only explanation that I can think of is that there is a list of people that YouTube doesn't want to be taken down. And if you're not on that list, you say something that YouTube could interpret as racism or anti-Semitism or whatever, and they're going to impose their rules on you, and eventually they're going to take you down. That's the thing. So if I just remained as a 5,000 subscriber Andy, I probably wouldn't be in this situation. Probably not. But the thing is, I went up to 16,000 plus subscribers. Pretty soon it's going to be 17,000. Pretty soon it's going to be 20,000. And so what does that mean? That means, well, my core audience has grown, which is great, but it also means I got a bunch of pro-Israel agents listening to me, trying to find reasons to report me. The reason why I'm still streaming is because who the hell is going to listen to a 6-hour stream? Not a whole lot of people. If they continue, or if they begin to do TOS strikes on my streams, then I'm going to have to rethink streaming on here. Sorry, I'm just going to have to. So when you're in the danger zone, remember that it's only a matter of time before you just get taken out. That's the thing. But anyway, my dad's here, so I'm going to give the floor to him, and I'll be next to him. So, yeah, you sit here. I'll get in there a chair. Anyway, so here's my dad, everyone, and he's going to be talking about why the Bible is against Christian Zionism. That's what he's going to be talking about. So, here we go. All right. Just make sure to talk a little bit closer to the mic if you can. You don't have to get super close, but not moderate.
All right.
Just, yeah.
Thank you, Ted. Hello. I'm trying to do a summary book titled The Prophets Do Not Support Israel. Evangelical support for Israel comes from reading the name Israel in the Old Testament prophecies by ignoring the word not in the New Testament, which says, not all Israel who are descended from Israel. Ignoring this not is when all who descended from Israel become the only Israel. The Israel St. Paul was interested in most will no longer exist in any of these Old Testament prophecies. By this, they emulate the oldest trick when a snake deleted the word not from you shall not eat.
Dad, you need to get...
Okay. That's fine. Thank you, Ted. Yeah, I'm just going to read the first... The same old snake that duped Eve also duped the dispensationalist evangelicals. But deleting not has a domino effect. Phrases like, I will build my church, will no longer have any foundation in the Old Testament. Ask the dispensationalist, where is the church in the Old Testament prophets? While they will be glad to quote messianic prophecies galore, they will miserably fail to find a single verse about the church because these will not have any part in it. This domino effect deletes other verses like this one. God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. God's peace will no longer have any effect when humanitarian crisis is caused by members of who descended from Israel. It will not faze them since the victims are not who descended from Israel. While they continually teach that one must be transformed, they do not transform in the image of the priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. Instead, they will advance what this priest, Christ that is, made obsolete, Levi. Why else do they get excited about the Levitical order, rebuilding a temple, even breeding red heifers in Texas? Christians who insist on restoring the word not in not all Israel are descended from Israel They are not of the same persuasion as they are, so they get rejected as non-Christian. These are instantly ridiculed by applying arm-twisting tactics. They are called anti-Semites and are instantly slapped with the label replacement theology. Who replaced one Israel with the other Israel? And who replaced Christ with a red heifer, emulating the ancients who replaced God with a golden calf? They cannot even see all the sin they commit. Their God is no longer a jealous God. They can cheat on him with a serpent, believing he is God. Even their patriotic phrases become null and void where the land of the free is not. They handed it over to certain descendants of Israel. It became an Israeli-occupied territory. These willing slaves tirelessly aid and abet this racial state to leech off the lesser pedigree. Who are they? American Goyim must now go to war in the Middle East to serve racists like Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir. They must do their dirty work to destroy other lesser pedigree: Syria, Libya, Iraq, and as of late, Gaza. And what about Hamas? This instant reaction Zionists make the moment one brings up such abuses. Was it not Netanyahu who aided in the creation of Hamas? This was meant to sick Palestinian against Palestinian. Since land theft becomes their goal, the same divisive plans had Iraqi kill Iraqi, Syrian kill Syrian, Libyan kill Libyan, Egyptian kill Egyptian, so on and so forth, so long they can divide and conquer for a greater Israel. Ask them to show you a single Old Testament prophecy that instructs Jews to enter this land while being sinful. God did not permit Jews to enter this land while sinful, which the prophets already forewarned and even predicted this disobedience. Even the prophecies they quote reveals how God rejects this state when Iran and Turkey destroy it. Even the heavens will rejoice when the state is destroyed. They will be the only ones. Who's going to be supporting Israel then? The Christian Zionists. They will be the only ones that will support the state. Ask them, where in the New Testament does it speak about acquiring this land? Fact is, the only mention in the New Testament about this land is how it gets desecrated. In the Apocalypse, chapter 11, verse 8, the great city is mystically called Sodom and Egypt, where their Lord was crucified. That is the two witnesses. It clearly, this city, this great city, it is clearly contradistinguished from the holy city, which is in 11:2. If Christian Zionists are of the holy city, why support what Zionists turned Jerusalem into a Sodom, the great city, harlot, and Babylon? Those are the names given. God himself condemns it to destruction. Question: did the Palestinians turn this land into a Sodom? If all who descended from Israel claim this land is their holy land, why does the Apocalypse instruct to, quote, come out of her, my people, lest you share in her sins, and lest you receive of her plagues? This escape is even in God's older diary. Quote, for Israel is not forsaken, nor Judah by his God, the Lord of hosts. Though their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel, flee from the midst of Babylon, and everyone save his life. Do not be cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of the Lord's vengeance. He shall recompense her. No matter how they attempt to slice and dice these verses, they must answer a crucial question. Whose land, we talk about the land, whose land is filled with sin, here called Babylon? The answer is restricted to only two choices. One, Israel, and two, Judah. Does God love the state of Israel, or does he love the decent Jews who escape from this state? And who will tell them to stay in the state? The Christian Zionists. They will cause more bloodshed because God said to flee from this land. It is full of sin. The land of promise was entered illegally and without any biblical justification. It then gets mismanaged. God, the merciful, gives all decent Jews a chance and commands them to leave it. The remnant who will listen are registered in this prophecy. Daniel chapter 12, verse 1. Daniel is told, quote, your people, that is the Hebrews, who are found written in the book will escape. Hello, will be saved. But their names have to be written in the book, which means they will be saved spiritually as well. So only the ones who escape are saved. Question, who remains behind? Answer, the hoodlums, the likes of Netanyahu, Smotrich, Ben Gvir, the settlers, the olive tree burning crazies. Those will remain behind. God will destroy them. So the question is, what happens to anyone who disobeys? So the Zionists support this rotten people who remain behind. Only the names that are written in the book will later on join the true Israel. Only these will be rescued. Are the prophecies I quoted here historic events? Hardly. Jeremiah 51, which I just quoted, calling Israel Babylon, has a verse 7. I quoted 5 and 6, but there is also verse 7. It talks about the golden cup. This Babylon is given the golden cup. The only mention of the golden cup is in the Apocalypse, given to the harlot. There's only 2 mentions in the entire Bible about the golden cup. And here the golden cup is given to Judah and to Israel. So there is no question that the scripture is speaking of Jerusalem as the mother of harlots. So the Palestinians who are telling the Jews to leave are doing the right thing. The Christian Zionists who are telling the Jews to remain and to hold fast to the land are the ones who are shedding the blood. So who is in disobedience? Even the Palestinian Muslim is more in obedience, though he doesn't understand the scriptures, telling the Jews, you cannot come into this land. This is not your land. So the question is, which of the two is obeying God? The Christian Zionists will be complicit with the criminals, and instead of warning them to leave, they aid in their destruction. If the Almighty loves the state of Israel, why is this the time of the Lord's vengeance in Jeremiah? And why is this the Lord's vengeance against two, Israel and Judah? Isn't this day of vengeance in Isaiah 61? Didn't Christ quote Isaiah 61 in his shortest sermon at Nazareth synagogue when he stopped at the day of vengeance? This pertains to his second coming. Who then fulfills this vengeance but Christ? Whether New or Old Testament, no one can avoid that God's vengeance includes this Zionist state. Even the oldest prophecy regarding the destiny of nations is in the book of Numbers, chapter 24. In verse 19, it says, one from Jacob, that is the Messiah, will destroy the remnant of the city. Hello? The remnant of the city. What happened to the rest? They fled. The one who runs, who escapes, survives. The one who remains behind is the one who is killed. In that prophecy, only Israel is victorious. Look at 24:18. Eber is completely annihilated in that prophecy. Look up Numbers 24, verse 24. Isn't Eber the descendants of Israel? Indeed they are. The other victorious Israel are not all Israel who descended from Israel. And why does Christ commission the destruction of only the remnant of the city? What happens to the rest? They obviously escape and they live, and the ones who remain are killed. Only who remain in the city endures the second Holocaust. How is this difficult to deduce? The Jews during the Jewish-Roman revolt mainly relied on this prophecy. They declared Bar Kokhba, the liar, as Messiah. They relied on the phrase, Israel does valiantly, that is, Israel gains the victory, and thought it was them. Eber, the Hebrews, was thought to be someone else. During those days, it mattered nothing to claim, I am a Bible-believing Jew and I support Israel. The Bar Kokhba revolt, they have coins. You can see the coins of the Bar Kokhba revolt. They struck over the Roman coins with the image of their destroyed temple. And typical of all this evangelical Zionist euphoria, we see over Jerusalem, the coins were stamped with what? They had these slogans, quote, to the freedom of Jerusalem, it says, and, quote, to the liberty of Israel. Sounds familiar? The other Israel wisely fled to a place called Pella, to the Jordan. By escaping, they were the victorious Israel. Who is the one who escaped? It was the church. The Christian Zionist makes the exact same errors of Bar Kokhba. They even fail to learn from this most important lesson in history, which Christ himself warned about. Christ said, I have come in my Father's name, and you did not receive me. If another comes in his own name, him you will receive. This other one of him you will receive was Bar Kokhba. And so we must understand when Jeremiah says, come out of her, leave Judah and Israel, this corresponds perfectly with St. John's Apocalypse. Come out of her, my people, lest you share in her sins, and lest you receive of her plagues. Why is God so anti-Israel and even anti-Judah? Is the Almighty in love with racists who support Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir? What does the phrase filled with sin mean? What sin? St. John explains it. Jerusalem, where also their Lord was crucified, was made into a Sodom and Egypt. Was their Lord crucified in Cairo or in Sodom by the Dead Sea? God forbid. Did Palestinians turn this land into a Sodom, or was it the descendants of Israel who became flaming homosexuals, where you see an Israeli soldier with a rainbow flag with destruction in Gaza, and he carries the rainbow flag proudly, showing that he is a flaming homosexual? And why did St. John use these nicknames like Sodom? Is every mention of an Egypt or a Sodom in Cairo or by the Dead Sea Sodom ancient? And if he is the only one that used these nicknames, he used Babylon to encompass Israel into this substructure called mystical Babylon the Great, which is a much bigger subject. But he used Babylon, Jeremiah, and St. John also used Babylon. So these nicknames the Bible has is not the same geography. That's the first problem the Christian Zionists have. So when we read Babylon in the Old Testament, is it always Iraq? And is every mention of Tyre, for example, is in Lebanon? Is this nicknaming strictly St. John style? Why then do we find the same style in Jeremiah, where Judah and Israel are also called Babylon? Are these in Iraq? Christian Zionists are infected with hyper-literalism. When it comes to the art of interpreting metaphor, the allegoric language, Saint Clement gave the foundation. He defines a parable or an allegory as what? A discourse that leads one to understand from what is not the principal subject, but is similar to the principal subject, to the true and principal subject. What does that mean? St. Clement's instruction is a foundation. Babylon, for this example, is not the principal subject, though is similar to the true and principal subject, which is Jerusalem become Babylon. So the geography is not the same. Hosea, the prophet, provides the golden rule how to interpret. Quote, through the prophets I speak in parables. Hosea chapter 12, verse 10. Hosea does not say, through the prophets I tell parables. He clearly says, through the prophets I speak in parables. That is, God in all of the prophets speaks in parabolic expression. This is a major instruction. Even Christ warned that he speaks in parabolic expression. What is not the principal subject veils the literal, the true, and principal subject, so that, quote, the knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of God has been given to you, but to the others I speak in parables, so that though seeing they may not see, though hearing they may not understand. That is, the tares ignore this not. They think they understand. No, they do not understand. They make believe that they see, but no, they do not see. They only gain what I call an optical illusion. This renaming convention flips upside down these imagined geographies where literalists develop a metamorphosia, which is an optical illusion, the opposite. This causes a 180 degrees rotation of the visual field, turning geographies upside down, where even if God says north, they imagine south. If a prophecy says Babylon, they curse Iraq. If it says Canaan, they curse the Palestinians. That's not how it works. Jeremiah's Babylon is Judah and Israel. Isn't St. John's great city, Sodom and Babylon, the same Judah and the same Israel where Christ was crucified? St. John makes it very clear, and this is why he adds this phrase, where their Lord or where our Lord was crucified. That's the major key. But as I said, Jeremiah adds a major key this way, because they try to always finagle with these prophecies and say, oh, this is a historic event when the Jews came out of Babylonia. Yeah, their land was filled with sin, but they were escaping really Babylonia. Why would they escape Babylonia to their land, which is filled with sin? It doesn't make any sense. But God made sure we understand this prophecy. He adds verse 7 to that same prophecy. Read it. Jeremiah 51 verses 5 to 7. That's key. Verse 7 says, Babylon has been a golden cup in the Lord's hand. The question is, who does he hand it to? Now, once you track the cup and who drinks the cup, everything comes together. For example, you find the cup in a very strange psalm, Psalm 75, which no one quotes. And Psalm 75, the earth drinks the cup. The earth gets judgment, where the earth melts, east, west, south, with the exception of one place, north. So the north is the only direction in the entire Old Testament prophecies where you find the holy people. They escape to the north. In fact, the remnant Jews escape to the north. Read the same prophecy read Jeremiah 3. Sorry, different prophecy. Jeremiah 3. They are re-educated, the fleeing Jews are re-educated in the land of the north. They are not converted in the land of the south, which is Judea and Arabia and the lower parts of the Middle East. That's called the land of the south. Why do the Jews convert in the land of the north in Jeremiah 3? And why is their sin redeemed in the land of the north in Jeremiah 3? And then they will go to Jerusalem, that is the new Jerusalem. So every prophecy the Zionists quote, if you take a look carefully at these prophecies about the homecoming, not one of those prophecies pertains to a homecoming in sin. Every one of those prophecies pertains to a homecoming after the cleansing of sin. Therefore, you will not find a single verse in the entire Old Testament that supports a homecoming to the land of Israel in sin. That's the question. That's why the New Testament does not cover this topic and covers the topic of the sin, because that topic is already discussed in the Old Testament galore. There is a lot more. So the golden cup that I just spoke about is in Apocalypse chapter 17. Jeremiah 51 verse 7, the golden cup, is in Apocalypse 17 or Revelation 17 verse 4. And the woman, the harlot mother, was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and the filthiness of her sexual immorality. It's talking about sexual immorality. What is that sexual immorality? St. John makes it clear. Sodom. Anybody wants to deny that they turned the land into a flaming homosexual parades? And this has been the biggest problem I had as Palestinian. How do you support a state that has these flaming homosexuals running round about in the streets of Tel Aviv? This is something abhorring. They turned the whole, Israel, the only place in the whole Middle East that is flaming homosexual. Do you go to Jordan and you see gay parades? Do you go to Egypt and you see gay parades? Do you go to Syria and you see gay parades? Do you go to Libya and see gay parades? Do you go any place? Only in Israel and in America, they take the lead in transforming the United States into this world of Sodom. And in fact, during the Holocaust, before the Holocaust, the Jews forgot their sin. They turned Berlin into the worst LGBT Sodom in the history of Europe. There's nothing imagined of what they did to Berlin when they started promoting this homosexual agenda. So the Jews are prime in promoting the homosexual agenda. It's not the Palestinians, it's not the Muslims even. So to claim that you should support Israel, there is other prophecies that talk about all of this, which we will discuss shortly. But God is speaking of a Holocaust. The Holocaust is very clear. There's a coming Holocaust, and you're beginning to see it. You're beginning to see how the nations abandon the harlot, because that's one of the first requisites about the mother harlot. Her lovers will abandon her. Who are her lovers? The United States. Even the United States will abandon the state of Israel, and we're beginning to see it. So the visual things that we see today is quite astonishing how close we are. I'm not saying that the end is coming next year, maybe the next 10 years, 20 years, nobody knows. Only God knows. But what we do know is the gradual divorce by her allies, Israel's allies, is in process. In fact, I've been saying it for a long time. You will see politicians in the United States who will say, vote for me. I didn't take any money from AIPAC. It's going to become the standard. You watch. And Israel will sit by itself. And then it's struck by Iran and Turkey. They quote all these prophecies, the Christian Zionists, they quote all these prophecies Ezekiel 38 and other prophecies claiming that Israel or the Jewish state is victorious against, they claim it's Russia. They're even, no, it's not Russia. But in that prophecy, Ezekiel 38, 39, it's very clear. Here's the verse. Take a look at Ezekiel 38, 39. So what I'm trying to do here is how do we effectively deal with the question of Christian Zionism? I haven't seen any real good method to deal with this pandemic. Since I was in the pandemic, I know very well how to deal with it. I was at the forefront. You know, I came here at 18 years old, and then later on, you know, I was being told about Christianity from an evangelical perspective the whole time. And I always saw these people as crazy because they were charismatic, they were speaking in tongues, and I wasn't interested in this, you know, crazy stuff. But I purchased some wrong books that I read, and they were interesting. And they talked about the temple being rebuilt, about Israel being restored. Yeah, well, yeah, I see Israel restored already, but I didn't really dig deeper into these prophecies. So I joined the church. And of course, in America, they teach you need to support Israel. So I got the infection. Getting the infection, I began to spread the infection. But during that infection time, I was going to churches, speaking in the media. I was one of few who was against what they were doing in Iraq. I said, no, it's wrong what you're doing in Iraq. I'm against the war in Iraq. I'm against the war in Libya. I'm against all these wars. I'm a Christian. I don't support wars. This is bloodshed. So I remember getting in Fox News talking about being anti the war in Iraq. Don't listen to the guy in this other half of the screen. He's lying to you. You know, what's going on in Egypt is Israel and the West creating a catastrophe in Egypt. You know, being anti-Hosni Mubarak is madness. And being anti-Russia is insanity. And people they started disliking my message. They started saying, you know, but then finally somebody influenced CNN to make a report about me, which was completely a lie. And I challenge anybody to come and debate me over this issue. But I began to think, and as I began to re-examine the text all over again, I realized I could not find a single verse that supports an establishment of the state of Israel in sin. And if the Jewish people came with no sin and they said, we want to live in this land, do you think the Palestinians would have a problem? Nobody would have a problem. There would be no land theft. There'll be nobody burning olive groves. There'll be nobody, you know, there'll be no killing and no killing the lesser pedigree, if you will. You know, because these people think they're a special pedigree. There's no difference. If you take the word not from not all Israel is Israel, what happens? You've converted the Bible as a manual for a Hitler. No difference. But it's more dangerous because you're using the scripture. You're not saying you're special because you're Aryan. You're saying you're special because God said so. You see how effective that is? So I haven't seen really a good method of how to respond to the question of Christian Zionism. And the way to respond to the question of Christian Zionism is by questions. Christ asked questions. John the Baptist, who do you say he is? From heaven or from earth? You know, that kind of question dumbfounded the Pharisees. And those are the kind of questions I've always used to ask. I learned from Christ how to ask questions. So the question is in Ezekiel chapter 38, 39, which they say is a victory for Netanyahu, if you will. Israel is victorious when they are invaded by Gog and Magog. Okay, if that is true, tell me, what do you do with Ezekiel 39, verse 23? So ask the Christian Zionists. You have to love them because many of them are deceived. Ask them, what about that verse? Ezekiel 39, verse 23. God gives his conclusion to the wars of Armageddon. His conclusion. And here it is. The nations will know that the house of Israel went into exile for their wrongdoing. They were thrown out for their wrongdoing. What's the wrongdoing? Established a state without God's permission and converting it to Sodom. Because they were disloyal to me. They were not loyal to God. They're lying. And I hid my face from them. What else did they do? They murdered the Son of God. I hid my face from them. So I handed them over to their adversaries. Who's their adversaries? Gog and Magog. And what happens to them? All of them fell by the sword. Hello, Mr. Christian Zionist. How many fell by the sword? Cheat sheet says all of them. Every single one fell by the sword. All of them. In fact, most people do not even know where St. John or how we establish St. John's phrase, very important phrase, Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. Why is this word also there? First of all, it is ludicrous to try to interpret the biblical prophecies regarding Armageddon and the end of the world without first understanding that St. John, Daniel, and all the prophets are addressing the Roman Empire with both of its divides, the Eastern Empire and the Western Empire. Without defining this empire with its two divides, don't even attempt to interpret these prophecies. Now, all the scholars deduce that the empire is the Roman Empire, but many ignore the two divides. You have the Western Roman Empire, First Rome, if you will, where the Jews were exiled to the land of the north, was the Roman Empire in the West, the Western Roman Empire. It was called by Jeremiah chapter 16. Read that chapter. God will exile them to a land that their fathers did not know. Their fathers did not know. Their fathers knew Iraq. Their fathers knew Persia. They settled in Persia. They settled in Iraq. This is a land that your fathers did not settle in. It's called the land of the north. So what do the Christian Zionists, dispensationalists, and many of these claim? They claim this land of the north is in Iraq. But their fathers knew Iraq. So they ask the question, how could you call the land of the north Iraq when Jeremiah says it's a land your fathers did not know? So now we know this is Rome, or the first Rome, or the Western Roman Empire. The other half of that empire is completely ignored by the Christian Zionists. It's completely ignored by the Protestants. Why? Because it doesn't point to Rome. Because they wanted to make the only adversary the Catholic, the Rome. So they ignore the eastern part of the Roman Empire. But those biblical prophecies address most the eastern part of the Roman Empire. This is why you find many of the names of these nations today are the Muslim, because they reside mostly in the Eastern Roman Empire. God, in fact, is not interested as much in the Western Roman Empire as much as he's interested in the Eastern Byzantium. That's a big subject. And so you have the Roman Empire with its two divides. Where does the center of this Roman Empire exist? In the land of the north. Both divides are in the land of the north. First Rome is in the northwest across the Mediterranean Sea. Now you'll understand why all the prophets use across the sea, across the sea, across the sea. Those are keys. Why are we talking about this? Because so far, what we have historically in interpreting eschatology rely only on two prophets, St. John, the Apocalypse, and Daniel, in which the church fathers, the scholars, no matter what persuasion, be they Catholic, Orthodox, or Protestant, they all agree that those two prophets are addressing the Roman Empire. It has two divides, east, west. So those two divides are two unholy divides. Byzantium was holy, Rome was holy, turned occupied, Byzantium was occupied by the Ottomans. First Rome was taken out by the Germanic people. And so the fall of the Roman Empire, God views both of those two divides too unholy, and they both are in the land of the north. But there is a third player, and the third player is holy. And in all of these prophecies, no matter which prophecy you want to examine, where it gives a compass, is north of those two. That is inescapable. God preserves a nation in the north. In fact, if you look at Jeremiah chapter 3, it says the Jews escape. In fact, there's a prophecy that says, you will go south, but you will only bear fruit north. Maybe I should pull that prophecy for you. There it is. And that's Isaiah chapter 37. So we're realizing these days, it's very interesting. I see Palestinians holding hands with Jews. And it's quite phenomenal. Palestinians and Jews are actually finding peace. The Jews who agree with the Palestinians say, you shall have never entered into this land from the river to the sea. You don't belong here. You shouldn't be there. Have the Jews who support them, and it's big numbers, support the Palestinian cause. And they say there's nowhere in the scripture that says you shall enter this land in sin. Therefore, you shall not be in this land. And there's quite this symbiotic relation between these two peoples. So, true interpretation of scripture is the only way to bring peace between these people. So the Palestinian is not interested in killing Jew because he's just Jew, as I used to say before. He wants to resist. But at least you could say the Palestinian is better than the American Zionist. The Palestinian resists Christian Zionism and Zionism. Well, the Americans, they're not resisting at all. Their land is Israeli occupied territory. The land of the free is not the land of the free. It's occupied Israeli territory. In fact, there's a Palestinian I like to watch. He goes to political areas and to sensitive government areas, and he asks these guys walking in and out, what's your stance on Palestine? And they don't dare say a word. Why? Because They don't want to lose their jobs. Because if
He
you,
asked them Israel first or America first.
yeah, he asked them, is Israel first or is America first? That's how you, it's a good way to kind of pin the Christian Zionist. Is America first or is Israel first? You know, Christ is first. Neither America is first, neither Israel is first. Christ is first. Now, I'm not against the phrase America first. This is speaking about loyalty to the nation that you live, patriotism to the country that's giving you land and giving you life. I'm fully for America first. But I'm not. How can you say that you are America first if you put Israel first and you make your own country Israeli occupied territory? So the Jews will flee. The Jews will flee, and people don't decipher these things. Isaiah 37, take a look at that prophecy. Here's what it says, and I quote the prophecy. And the remnant that is escaped of the house of Judah. Is this remnant to escape the Palestinians? No, the house of Judah. Escape, run. Shall again take root downwards. You look at downwards, you're thinking he's going down the hill or something. No, downwards is south. It, the ones who escape, bear fruit, that is, convert, repent, bear fruit. The tree is either fruitless or it's full of fruit. It bears fruit upwards, north. For out of Jerusalem, out of Jerusalem, they get the hell out. A remnant will go, leave, and out of Mount Zion, survivors. So the ones who flee Jerusalem, they will run to the south. They will go to Cyprus. Isaiah 23 talks about it. They will run to Greece, to Cyprus, and they will not find rest there, according to Isaiah. They will go south. They will not find rest. They'll go to South America. They won't find rest. They go to China. They won't find rest. They will go anywhere in the world. They won't find any rest. And they will only find rest when they escape to Russia. So, but it says, out of Mount Zion survivors. The survivors will only come out of Mount Zion. Now, this Mount Zion, is this a little hill? All the Jews who escape Israel, 2 million? I don't know. They will run over a hill called Mount Zion, hide there? Are you out of your mind? So the Christian Zionist is a literalist. He doesn't understand that mount is a power, a kingdom. Mount. A holy mountain is a holy kingdom. The church is a mountain. The hill, the church is also called a hill. Let your, shine over a hill. Let your light be seen. So a hill is an ecclesiastical order. So a mountain is a nation, a kingdom, and its hill is the ecclesiastical order. And the two symbiotic relations between the church in that country and the state is what God is looking for. So God is not evangelical thinking where the church is scattered everywhere without any ecclesiastical order, without any central headquarters. The church is not a swap meet where anything goes and everybody interprets the way they want. There has to be some sort of a break system, some ecclesiastical order to tell you, shut up, you're wrong, So this is the madness that you see that happens in the United States where everybody becomes an interpreter. Now, there's nothing wrong with interpreting, But you have to follow ecclesiastical rules. So now they bear fruit in the Zion upwards north. So they escape Jerusalem and head to Mount Zion. And from Mount Zion will the survivors come. So, where is this place? We find in Psalm 48, verse 11. What does it say? Psalm 48, verse 11. It says, what does it say? The daughters of Judah shall rejoice because of your judgments. The daughters of Judah will rejoice because of your judgments. So the Jews, the Palestinians, the Turks, the Iranians, everybody on earth are rejoicing over that judgment of what they're going to turn that state into. Quite amazing. Quite amazing. So Christ ends up unifying everybody. He convert and he will unify everybody. But where are these daughters of Zion hanging out during those judgments? They're hanging out in a place called Zion. Where is this Zion? It's in Psalm 48, verse 2. Calls it Mount Zion in the far north. That's Russia. Mount Zion in the far north. You can't claim this Mount Zion in the far north is in heaven. This is on earth, because it says the joy of the whole earth, and there is a war against it comes by mystical Tyre. And mystical Tyre is a big subject we will address shortly. They declare war on this Mount Zion, and God judges them and judges Israel and judges all these nations whom he is against. And one of them is Israel. I'm not saying the judgment is only against Israel. It's against the Roman Empire. But don't forget that the Roman Empire encompassed Judea, 6 AD to 160 some AD. Judea, during the time where St. John wrote the Apocalypse, was part of this empire. So you cannot address the Roman Empire, east, west, without Jerusalem. Jerusalem becomes the mother. Why? Because God views it as an earthly Jerusalem. When you abandon the heavenly Jerusalem and you focus on Jerusalem on earth, as the Christian Zionists do and the Zionists do, you've abandoned heavenly Jerusalem. You are more loyal towards an earthly Jerusalem. That becomes your mother. And God views you as a prostitute. So the nations that look towards earthly Jerusalem, Jerusalem becomes the mother. And this is why it is the mother of harlots, many harlots, not one harlot. So he views all these nations of the Roman Empire as the daughters of Jerusalem, earthly Jerusalem. So the war is between earthly Jerusalem and heavenly Jerusalem. Nowhere do you find in the Bible the Jews are commanded to go to Old Jerusalem, where you find falafel stands and hummus restaurants and kebabs. This is not the Jerusalem that God is talking about. Nowhere does Christ talk about that kind of Jerusalem. He's always talking about heavenly things. Once you start focusing on earthly things, you become earthly. And what happens? So they bear fruit when they go up north. In Jeremiah 3, he talks about it. How the decent Jews, and this message is for the Jews, get the hell out of that land. The decent, if you're a decent Jew, get out of that land. You have time, get out of that land. He says, I will give you shepherds according to my heart which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. Where does this happen? It happens in that northerly Zion, northerly power in the north, far away. Where does this fruit-bearing knowledge and understanding occur? Here it is. This will bust all the myth. Quote, in those days, that's very important. When does this happen? In those days, not any other day, in those days, the house of Judah, who are these? The remnant, will walk with the house of Israel. Who are these? Not all descendants of Israel are Israel. So the house of Israel, here is the church. The house of Judah that repented, they're no longer separate. They become one. And they will come together from the land of the north to the land I gave to your fathers as an inheritance. Wow. So are they going to a Jerusalem with falafel and hummus stands and kebab restaurants? Or are they going to a Jerusalem that the Bible says that no man fathoms? If it is the old Jerusalem, then you must have fathomed what no man can fathom. Only the Christian Zionist is the only one who fathomed what God says no man can fathom. No man can fathom. The true Christians, we're dreamers. We're dreaming of a Jerusalem that we can't even comprehend. All of a sudden, you comprehended this Jerusalem. And all of a sudden, you comprehended these prophecies. They come together from the land of the north to the land I gave your fathers as an inheritance. The land of the north remains undiscovered, uncharted, unexamined, undefined till today. You could spend years, and I did spend years looking at Bible encyclopedias, books, you name the scholar, you name the book, anything to do with the land of the north, to find if anyone defined it. No one. It's undefined. Why is it undefined? Oh boy, that's a big subject. It's undefined because once you define the land of the north, Christian Zionism falls apart. Once you define the land of the north, Protestantism falls apart. Once you define the land of the north, the Latin world order falls apart. Once you define the land of the north, the Muslim world order falls apart. And only one remains, the Orthodox Christians. Christian orthodoxy. That's a very important topic. So they were thrown out of the Roman Empire when the temple was destroyed after the Bar Kokhba revolt. I don't call it the Bar Kokhba revolt. Kokhba is a name given to Christ, means star. His name was Kuzba, means the liar. It's the Bar Kokhba revolt. They were thrown into Rome, which is part of the land of the north. So to pinpoint exactly where this land of the north is, that the Jews get their education, there is only one way to define it and find that key, and that's in a question in Ezekiel 38, verse 17, which unlocks Daniel's prophecy. Let's not get into this right now. Big subject, big subject. But I know that this is going to happen in Orthodox Russia. Now, I'm not saying Orthodox Russia today is perfect. They still got a lot of vodka there. They still got abortion. They still got problems. But the way God refines He refines whom he desires to refine. He refines that state, that nation. He refines it in the battles and the wars that are coming in the future. It refines. The West will continue to go the way, more falling away. But God ordains that part of the land of the north, which is the farthest north. He refines it to become the stone in Daniel chapter 2, which crushes the 2 feet, the 2 divides of the Roman Empire. It crushes the 2 divides, but the one that destroys Jerusalem cannot be Russia, which makes this whole argument that Ezekiel 38 is Russians invading Jerusalem bogus, because it says the beast will burn the harlot, the mother harlot, the beast. That's the one that must destroy Jerusalem. Who's the beast? Gog and Magog. Who's Gog and Magog? This is a Turkic confederacy that comes with North Africa, that comes with Sudan and Somalia. All the hoodlums that you see in Syria that produces ISIS, they come from those regions. So Gog and Magog, that is part of Asia Minor, the Eastern Roman Empire, centered in Turkey, Constantinople. That is the occupier of Byzantium. Byzantium gave birth to an important nation. The Slavs converted to Orthodoxy, to their north. And so that was the best investment, converting those people to Orthodoxy, that will finally come to aid mankind in the end. And it always does, even under communism, under Joseph Stalin, who rescued the largest concentration camps, Auschwitz. Auschwitz was not rescued by the Americans. Auschwitz was rescued by the Russians. Though they don't talk about these things in your schools here. How the Russians, they're the ones that rescued most of these concentration camps, was rescued by Russians. In fact, Joseph Stalin allowed the Russians to kind of reinstitute the ecclesiastical order. So he needed faith to fight this war. Russia almost, you had the Black Wings coming against Russia, and the West in the beginning supported Hitler. The Vichy supported Hitler. Most of France supported Hitler. Unlike what they tell you in history, the reality is they supported Hitler. Until Hitler began to get defeated. That's when they turned around. But Russia is this Joseph, if you will. And there are these prophecies. It is in Genesis, as far back as Genesis, you find Joseph, his arm was strong. Though his enemies, threw arrows at him, his arm remained strong. And he destroys his enemies. Who is this Joseph? Once you start tracking this Joseph, and by the way, this homecoming comes with the stick of Judah and the stick of Israel in the hand of Ephraim, son of Joseph. They become one stick. The church becomes one. The church is finally unified with the remnant of Judah and the church and this Joseph. There is a mystical Joseph. That mystical Joseph is a big subject. There is no evangelical, no one even I ever seen who really delved into the mystical Joseph. The scripture is mystical. A lot of these prophecies are mystical. And in fact, Daniel says it very clearly that there's a key in Daniel chapter 12, verse 4, reserved for the end, that these are secrets, and the secrets will only be understood during the time of the end, or as we ebb closer towards the end. And so they bear fruit at that time, the Jewish people, that is. Let's continue the subject. I always like to sidetrack. It's my nature. At that time, they shall call Jerusalem the throne of the Lord. They come out of the land of the north from Russia, and they call Jerusalem the throne of the Lord. That's the New Jerusalem. That's not the old Jerusalem. It's a Jerusalem no man fathoms. We all go to the new Jerusalem. And all the nations shall be gathered unto it. How many nations? All the nations. Did all the nations go to Jerusalem in 1948? Did all the nations go to Jerusalem in 1967? This is ridiculous. Look what it says. Neither shall they walk any more after the imagination of their evil heart. Are the Jews today walking after the imagination of their evil heart, or are they not? Unless you're blind. So here too we have two parties, Israel and Judah. If Judah is this Israel, who is this Israel? Isn't Judah supposed to be Israel? Isn't it the state of Israel? So who is this Judah who is separate from Israel? Who is this other Israel? So, therefore, there is no doubt that this homecoming occurs after the dismantlement of the Zionist state. In those days and at that time is inescapable. This did not occur in 1948. It did not occur in 1967. It did not occur during Perestroika. Or as I am talking here, it did not occur, especially since the homecoming must have repentance, that is conversion. Quote, neither shall they walk any more after the imagination of their evil heart. And then the homecoming to the new Jerusalem that no man fathoms is why it says, they shall call Jerusalem the throne of the Lord. Is all Jerusalem the throne of the Lord? Or is all Jerusalem Sodom and Egypt? This is not all Jerusalem. This is the correct formula. Even in the Zionist favorite prophecy, Ezekiel 36:33, this occurs, quote, on the day that I cleanse you from all your wrongdoings, I will populate the cities and the places of ruins will be rebuilt. What ruins? And in 36, 26, 28, I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from you your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit in you and move you to follow my decrees and be careful to keep my laws. Then you will live in the land I gave to your ancestors. Then, after all this, then you will live in the land I promised to your father Abraham, because he's talking about a different kind of Jerusalem. No one enters the theater without a ticket. The usher will throw them out. They must pay the price. Nothing can be explained first without deciphering Ezekiel 37. Continue in these Ezekiels. Go down the stream. Keep going. What does it say in Ezekiel 37 verse 19? I am going to take the stick of Joseph. Who's that? Mystery. Who's the stick of Joseph? Joseph is the one who was separated from his 10 mischievous half-brothers. These jerks wanted to kill him. They threw him in a well. He was sold as a slave. And then he developed very well in Egypt. You know the story. So Joseph resembles the one God separates from the 10 mischievous brothers, the 10 horns of the beast. So the 10 horns of the beast represents the Roman Empire, because the whole of these prophecies is about the Roman Empire, the Eastern and the Western. The question is, where are the rest of these prophecies about the Roman Empire, besides St. John's Apocalypse, besides the book of Daniel? That's been my dilemma that I worked on for a few years. And I'm able now to understand fully, not fully, but in a major way, to begin to decipher these prophecies, how they really address the Roman Empire. So God takes a piece out of that mountain. What is that mountain? The Roman Empire. He takes a stone. He cuts it from the mountain and he flings it all the way far north. He gives birth to the Orthodox Slavs. And he preserves it. Joseph is rejected, so are those. From Napoleon to Hitler to you name it, they're all against that country. From Germany infecting it with communism, they're all against that country. It's not Zionist Israel. It's Russia, who the whole world, or the Western world, and the Eastern, both Eastern Empire, Asia Minor has been at war with the Russians from the eons of time. The Western Roman Empire has been at war with the Russians from the eons of time. In fact, the reason the North became such a mystery is because they wanted to apply Gog and Magog to the Russians. This is not something new. It's very old. And so they wanted to make North as a pariah. So any reference to North had to be a pariah. Why? The reason why is because the only holy city in the whole apocalyptical narratives in the Old Testament, the only place is North. The only place that has a holy status in all these prophecies is North. So how are you going to cover up this North? Make it Gog and Magog? You make the land of the north to be Babylonia, Persia, whatever. You must cover it up. So you wonder, as these people were writing the interpretations from the Protestant world, the evangelical world, the Zionist world, they dipped into the ink pen and they wrote. Do you think God was inspiring them to write, or do you think somebody else inspired them to write? Who would inspire anybody to drop the word not from not all Israel are descendants of Israel? Who would write anything by dropping that word not, where only the descendants of Israel becomes the Israel in the entire Old Testament prophecies? What happens if you make the descendants of Israel represent all these prophecies in the Old Testament? What happens is you will never discover where the church is. You will never understand. Christ said, I will build my church. Does it have no foundation in the Old Testament? Does he not say, I will restore what the locusts have eaten? I will restore. Is he not going to restore Byzantium? Is he not going to restore Armenia? Is he not going to restore the Holy Land? Is he not going to restore the Roman Empire? Is he not going to? He's going to restore the earth. So if he's going to restore the earth, where is that in the Old Testament prophecies? The joy of the whole earth is Mount Zion in the far north. The joy of the whole earth at the time of that victory. My gosh. So here he says, I'm going to take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim. Ephraim is symbolic of the son of Joseph. So Joseph struggles. Joseph has a struggle with his brethren. But God finally reconciles the brethren to Joseph. So Joseph had this dream that 11 of his brothers will bow to him, but only 10 came bowed to him. The prophecy was never fulfilled. Here you have Joseph, someone who, like Daniel, he was an interpreter of dreams. He was not able to understand the dream that he had. Here is Daniel, the interpreter of dreams and the interpreter of secrets, was told in chapter 12, he says, I want to know the secret. What does the angel tell him? Go your way, Daniel, for this secret has been hidden till the end. Go your way, Daniel. Who unlocked that secret? No one. How is that secret unlocked? Very simple. That pertains to a verse in Ezekiel chapter 38. Chapter 38, 17, God has a question. What is the question? God asks Gog a question. Read it, Ezekiel 38, 17. He asks Gog a question. He says, are you not the one who the prophets and the servants, plural, have been talking about in all the Bible? All the prophets, all the servants of God talked about a person named Gog, nicknamed Gog in Ezekiel 38. But Gog only exists in the book of Ezekiel. Wait a minute, Walid. Gog is also mentioned in the Apocalypse chapter 20. There is more than one prophet. St. John talked about Gog, so there you have it. He's mentioned by the prophets. 2 prophets answers the question. True, not fully. But here's the problem. If you want to ask the Christian Zionist a question and blow his mind out of his head, just tell him, answer the question in Ezekiel 38:17. Where is Gog in the other prophets? He will conclude he is in Ezekiel chapter 38, and St. John, a prophet, talked about Gog in Revelation 20. Hold on a minute. 1 minute. No. You can't use St. John. You claim that there's going to be a 1,000-year reign. And then another Gog will arise, whom Christ defeats. After 1,000 years, that's a different Gog. You need to go find your own Gog. That's not the same Gog. What happens? That's the secret. God foreknew the errors of man, and so he asks a question. Are you not the one who I spoke of by the prophets of Israel? So their entire millennial reign becomes debunked by God himself from that question. That question opens so many secrets. A whole book I'm writing just to answer that question and those secrets. It opens up Daniel, because you have to find Gog in the book of Daniel. Where is Gog in Daniel? There's only one place to find him in Daniel, and that is Daniel chapter 11, right before the seal is posted in chapter 12. So the seal is about the contents of Daniel 11:21 to 45. The northern Gog is called King of the North. Very fitting title, King of the North. He rules from the Seleucid, not from Syria. Gog is chief prince of Meshech and Tubal in Asia Minor. Asia Minor, Eastern Roman Empire. Hello. Therefore, you cannot make the claim. It corrects many errors. You cannot make the claim that Gog and Magog is about a Russian invasion because it's about the Roman Empire. You cannot make the claim that the prophecy is ultimately about Antiochus the Four Epiphanes. Why? Because Antiochus Epiphanes came from from Syria. He didn't come from Anatolia. Antiochus the Third lost Anatolia to the Romans, and then the empire, the Seleucid Empire, was in Syria, and that's where what's his name? The collector of taxes, they claim in verse 20, doesn't even fit. Nothing fits. Nothing fits in 1120, nothing fits in 1121, all the way doesn't fit Antiochus Epiphanes. First of all, it says that this one, king of the north, he will honor a God whom his fathers did not know. And by the way, Daniel says in his estate, his dominion, that's huge. In his estate, his dominion, he will honor a God his fathers did not know. That means his dominion, his entire control and rule and realm must worship that same singular God. By the time you find Gog and Habakkuk, my gosh, what you find out is this. God the Almighty, he allows Gog to do his thing. He calls him, you're the axe in my hand. But then you as an axe, you boast. He boasted against God. And that's what you begin to understand Daniel. He boasts against God. They say he's atheist. How could he be an atheist if he honors a God and he will, if you take a look at the he, and how he honors this God and all these things, and he will advance its glory, the glory of this God, he claimed there's no other God but Allah. That's what it's talking about. He's a Muslim. Gog is a Muslim. How did Daniel prophesy about a Unitarian religion when the Jews were the only religion that believes in one God? That question and that key in Daniel debunks all the claims about Daniel being written after the fact. Because the claim is, those prophecies, they're so accurate about Daniel, they must have been written after the fact. How could they have been written after the fact? Even if you take Daniel as a late, nobody can claim that Daniel, you can't find a book of Daniel before the inception of Islamic religion. Nobody. How does this one honor a singular God? And Habakkuk also addresses this God as a singular God. So he boasts, he says, I have done all this in the name of my God. And God says, you've named him, you've done your success, you claim your success in the name, he claims his success in the name of his God. And God punishes him. He shows him who the true God is, the triune God. And so he ends Gog. In the beginning, God supports the actions of Gog to refine these nations. You need a rod. You need to wake up. Armenians, everybody need to wake up. Russians need to wake up. I'm going to use somebody to wake you up. So the West and NATO will come up with this brilliant idea. We tried to sick Ukraine against Russia, but that failed. So in the next 4 to 5 years, you're going to begin to see how they're going to sick Turkey and a Turkic world order, if you will. Because America is going to basically subcontract who's going to take care of these problems in either the Caucasus, Israel, Middle East, all the stuff. They're going to advance Turkey for a major reason. One of them is that Israel is not really an asset. It's become a damn liability. To the West and to NATO and to the Western Hemisphere, Turkey is extremely important. You have the access to the Dardanelles. You have a neutralizing force to Russia. You have, without Turkey, it has the second largest army in NATO after the United States. This is a huge power. And so eventually what will happen is that you will see in the near future, mark my words, you're going to see turmoil in Turkey. You're going to see a new government in Turkey. And you're going to see someone who is going to say, why have we not dealt with the situation of Gaza? Because if you notice, Erdogan is nothing but talk. He talks the talk, but he doesn't do much about the situation in Gaza. So that becomes the focal point. And the United States cannot afford having crap on its face, egg on its face all the time, having to babysit Netanyahu. And if you think Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir are going to listen to Trump, you're out of your mind. They're not going to listen to anybody. Look, I have dealt with those kind of people more than any one of you. I had an organization that my staff was Zionist Jews. And I can tell you stories galore about these people. Thieves, liars. You turn around, they stab you in the back, they try to rob your... they're awful people. That's one thing that woke me up. You can't even trust these people. They're so untrustworthy. It's ridiculous. They're made up of evil. And so this is what's going to happen. They're going to basically have an alliance there, and it's going to be Turkey, and Turkey is the Eastern Roman Empire. And that's going to be the basic future problem. And that will cause Iran to shift. And because the United States want to divorce Iran from Russia. That's one major thing, that they want Iran to separate from Russia. They will succeed momentarily. Why? Because what will unite Iran with Turkey is the question of Jerusalem, Gaza, the Palestinian question. They all hate Israel. And by the way, Iran strikes Israel in Isaiah 21. Isaiah 21 is very clear. Isaiah laments and he says, my people, I see my people on the threshing floor. He's weeping, he's lamenting, his people, the Jews. I tell you what I saw from the Lord Almighty. He can't stand it, but he's writing it anyway because he's a prophet ordained by God. God tells him to write it. My people are on the threshing floor. Who attacks them? Elam. Where is Elam? Iran. Nobody can question that one. It became Persia later on, but it was Elam at the time of Isaiah, which is Iran. And it comes with the whirlwinds of the south. What is south? It also hits Arabia because the prophecy combines both Arabia and the state of Israel together. So the Unitarian world order, the Aryan heresy, if you will, is composite of what? The Wahhabist world order comes from Arabia. And the Jewish religious world order comes in Jerusalem. They're Unitarian. They're the same in essence. So God strikes Arabia and he strikes the state of Israel. And that constitutes Eber, by the way, because Eber is not just the Hebrews. Eber is also the Arabs. And so Israel is struck from Iran. Now you go to Daniel chapter 11. Where is Gog in the book of Daniel? He is called the king of the north. But there's a key. In Ezekiel 38, God made sure that we understand one thing. That when Gog, the Turk invades, it says, you come out of your place from the north. Out of your place. He's not in Jerusalem. He comes from Turkey. And he goes where? Upwards. Up. What's up? Farther north. You can't escape the language in Ezekiel. Read it. I will go up to unwalled villages. He doesn't mention any cities in Judea. He talks about these unwalled villages. Now, the only reference of these unwalled villages is in the book of Zechariah, chapter 2. God measures Jerusalem and he finds it wanting. The Christian Zionist reads, he says, where are you going? To measure Jerusalem, to see its span and its width. And so he reads these verses and he thinks, oh, somebody with a tape measure is going to measure Jerusalem. Jerusalem is going to be rebuilt in 1967. Hallelujah. Wrong. To measure is to test in the balances to find if it's wanting. And it's wanting. Whenever God measures something, it's wanting. Daniel makes the best example. In Daniel chapter 5, you have been measured and found wanting. And that's why you find the destruction comes in the same prophecy. So tell this young lad, Jerusalem, come out. And he says, so what does he call that Jerusalem? He calls it Babylon in the land of the north. Wait a minute. There's a Babylon in the land of the north? Yes. Who's that? The Western Roman Empire. Babylon. So you have two entities. A mystical Babylon, which is the Western Roman Empire, and a mystical Egypt. Where is that one? Eastern Roman Empire. It's so simple. As long as you understand the mystical Egypt, and by the way, mystical Egypt is all over the prophets till today, misunderstood. Mystical Egypt is the Eastern Roman Empire, i.e. Gog and Magog. Constantinople, the occupiers of Constantinople. Mystical Babylon is what? The Western Roman Empire, but it includes the state of Israel, the mother. And so now we begin to understand. I forgot what I was saying before just a minute ago when I lost my train of thought, what I was trying to get to.
The temple.
Yeah, measure Jerusalem. I'm sorry, yes. Measure Jerusalem. So he measured Jerusalem. And he says Jerusalem will be established in villages. Villages, many. In the land of the north, further north. So they escape Europe and they go further north. What is north of Europe? The same place where the Jews are going to go to get redeemed. They're going to run to Russia. So what you're going to see? What you're going to see is a divide. Global divide. In fact, you're beginning to see it. You're beginning to see it. Take a look at Tucker. He's kind of pro-Russia. Myself, I've become a Russophile. You find a lot of American Russophiles. Why? Because we don't see really the lies that they are telling us about Russia. We're not believing your narratives. Your narratives suck. You're lying to me. You're making Russia the enemy. Before you told me Iraq was the enemy, I didn't believe you. I wasn't that stupid. You told me Libya was the enemy. I didn't believe you. You told me Saddam Hussein was the enemy. I didn't believe you. Why should I believe you now? You told me that Russia is the enemy and Ukraine is the friend. Ukraine is the friend? The Nazis? Go to hell. And so this is what you're finding. You're finding this divide already beginning. Divide among, divide and reunification among people. So in other words, the decent people begin to see eye to eye. And slowly God begins to gather his remnant from the earth. They have a lot of things in common. Those remnants, they hate evil no matter where it is. They see evil, that's evil. No, that's evil. I don't care if you're patriotic, what you did is evil. I don't care if you're American, what you did is evil. I don't care if you say Russia is my enemy, what you did is evil. That's it. If you take everything to the lowest common denominator, evil, good. That's why he says, righteousness is my measuring line in Isaiah. What's the measuring line? Righteousness. You can have the right theology. You can understand the Trinity, you understand the Son, you understand the crucifixion, you understand all the essentials. You can have all these things, and if you have no righteousness, all this understanding that you have is nothing. You can take communion, you can do whatever you do. If you're not righteous, all these things will count to nothing to God. Righteousness is God's measuring yardstick. And so the problem with the evangelical Zionists is they say if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, that's it, you're saved. But you don't continue the rest of the verses. You're saved unto what? Righteousness. To good works, righteousness. Yes, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and you do righteousness, you're saved. And so what does Jesus tell these people in the judgment? Who are these? If everyone who says, Lord, Lord, Jesus is Lord, goes to heaven, why does he say they will come to me and they will say, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? Did not we heal in your name? Did we not do miracles in your name? He says, Christian Zionist, depart from me, I never knew you. That matches these people very, very accurately because they have a high rate of charismatic. In fact, the evangelical are dying out and the only one growing is the charismatic evangelicals, and they support Israel. The charismatic evangelicals support, they love miracles, they make prophecies, the Lord told me. Now, why would Christ tell somebody who says, I prophesied in your name, depart from me, you workers of iniquity? If they are a true prophet, why would he send them away? It's because they prophesied falsely. To give wrong interpretation of the scripture is prophesying falsely. To take the word not from not all Israel, who is descended from Israel, is prophesying falsely. You're damned. You can't take the word not from God says you shall not eat. It's the same conclusion. If this one duped the woman, that same one duped these people. They're duped. They're not part of the kingdom. Impossible. And so they, God measures the earth, in fact. He measures the whole earth. Is he going to get an architect with a tape measure, go around the circumference of the earth and measure it? He measures the earth is judgment. Measurement is judgment coming. He says, tell the young man to flee. So they go up farther north. Gog actually is invading those villages north of Europe because it says, Gog himself says in the prophecy, I will go up to unwalled villages. Well, if you have a brain, you need to go find these unwalled villages. Where are they? They are in Zechariah chapter 2. And in Jeremiah 50 and 51, there is a coalition of nations north of these that strikes that other one in the land of the north to the south of it. So this is the point I'm trying to make. The Roman Empire is given in the Old Testament, but no one figured out the details about this Roman Empire because no one spent the time to examine what happened to the biblical North. Why? Because they all wanted to hide it. The Latins don't want it, the Protestants don't want it, and they try to hide it. And what else do they want to hide? The great city, Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. Okay, hold on a second here. So now we begin to understand everything that you read now. Once you understand, Egypt is the Eastern Roman Empire. Babylon is the Western Roman Empire. Mother Babylon is Jerusalem. And daughter Babylon, her daughter, is the Western Roman Empire. And daughter Egypt is what was occupied Byzantium. That is the East, that is the West. Now we begin to understand everything that you read in the Old Testament prophets clear. You begin to see it. So, now we come to St. John. What does he say? Their bodies will lay in the streets of the city, the great city, Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. Hello? What is the meaning of this word also? As Clement says, St. Clement says, there is nothing written there idly and to no purpose. Nothing in the Bible, not a word. That's how you must examine the Bible. There's not a single word that is written idly and to no purpose. See, I was fortunate. I was a computer programmer, I don't know, business language. And you have to be so meticulous. A dot could ruin everything. So we were extremely meticulous. This is the old IBM's, Honeywell's, and NCR's computers. And we write code in the English language, and we're so meticulous. So I learned how to be meticulous when it comes to code. The Bible is code. Extremely meticulous when I look at the text. What is this word? I go with the magnifying glass. What is that word also for? Where also their Lord was crucified. What St. John is saying. And their bodies laid on the streets of the Roman Empire, where also their Lord was crucified in Jerusalem. Sodom and Egypt. So you have to understand, those two witnesses, he calls them candlesticks. In the book of the Apocalypse, Revelation, candlesticks represent the church. So the two witnesses represent two candlesticks. You could say from the Western Roman Empire, there'll be saints, there'll be people, decent people who follow them, and then from the Eastern, there'll be people who follow them, but they will die in Jerusalem. And who else will die with them? Their followers will be killed, martyred in the Roman Empire. So there'll be many deaths, much blood spilt with these two witnesses. But the two witnesses die in Jerusalem. So what he's saying is that their bodies will lay in the streets of Sodom and Egypt, where all Sodom is the Western Roman Empire, Egypt is the Eastern Roman Empire, where also, in addition to those two, where their Lord was crucified in Jerusalem. So that's why mystical Babylon encompasses this big picture. Unless you understand this, don't even touch these prophecies. You will never understand them. So you have Egypt as the beast. And now you know. You look at Apocalypse 11, and what does it say? Who kills the two witnesses? The beast that came out of the bottomless pit will kill the two witnesses. Who's the beast? Egypt. Who's the beast? Gog and Magog. Well, how does Gog get to Jerusalem to kill the two witnesses? He must get there, right? Gog is in the book of Daniel. Now you understand. In the book of Daniel, chapter 11, verse 41. 11:41, the king of the north, he enters the beautiful land. And by the way, you say, well, he enters the beautiful land. Why does he call it the beautiful land? God must be given compliment to Zionist Israel. No, no, no. The beautiful land is not a compliment. It's an insult. Because Lot wanted Sodom, he says, because it's beautiful. It reminds him of the gardens of God. It's so beautiful, he says. So it's beautiful. The beautiful land means it's Sodom. So he enters the beautiful land, and this just gives you that verse. There's a lot of detail to that verse. There's much detail to that verse and what happens when he enters the beautiful land. So what happens to Ezekiel 38:39? Gog defeats Jerusalem. He falls where? On the mountains of Israel. Take a look at the text. Gog falls on the nations of Israel, plural, many countries of Israel in the north. Russia is composed of many states. It will have Armenia. At that time, God opens the floodgates from the Mediterranean Sea, the Eastern Sea, the Western Sea, Mediterranean, to the Eastern Sea, the Caspian. That whole region, God will funnel redemption. God will hail redemption and transition and gospel, and all these people could begin to convert. Why? Because Gog failed them. Long story, but we need to have many lessons. And so all these regions convert. Kurdistan converts. And that's why you find them holy. Anoint. The Medes. It's very clear. Sanctify the nations against her. Which one is that? That is the one in Europa, Western Roman Empire, from the north. The other nations that join it are in the land of the north. So God sanctifies other countries. He sanctifies the Kurds. Armenia refines. And it says, Minni Ararat Ashkenaz, that's Armenia. And where does Gog go? He goes to the east from his place. He goes to the east and he commits massacres in Armenia. So we know that Armenia will be massacres. Read Daniel 11 very carefully. So Daniel 11, having to be retrofitted with Ezekiel 38:39, opens up a volume of new information. And so, since Gog and Magog is mystical Egypt, now we find Gog in Jeremiah chapter 46. Jeremiah 46 is locked because they think this is a prophecy that happened already, all of it. Yeah, sure, there was a fulfillment as a type. But if you take a look at Jeremiah 46, he's talking about the days of vengeance. A day of vengeance for the recompense of Sion. God is going to take vengeance what they did to Byzantium. And who is he conquering? Egypt. Who's that? Gog and Magog. Where does it happen? At Qarqamish, north of Syria, south of Turkey. And who destroys Gog and Magog? From his north. And who are these people called? The people of the north. Excuse me, the people of the north. You can't make that argument as ancient Babylonia. Ancient Babylonia wasn't called the people of the north. And Egypt, the power of Egypt is given to the and Egypt is given to the power of the people of the north. Wow. The power is the kingdom, the nation. The power of the people of the north. And now we understand Daniel. And the kingdom is given to the people of the saints. There's a difference. People is separate. Saints are separate. People is the nation. The saints are the few who prayed diligently, and God liked them, loved them, and he answered their prayers. So you have Russian saints praying for the church, and God answers their prayers. You say, well, wait a minute, few saints praying, and that's how the whole thing. Yep, that's how it is usually. In fact, few people praying the right prayers to God and having the right heart. Could be one person. God answers. In fact, he says, if only Daniel, I'll save Daniel, kill the whole earth. And so that's basically how it is. And so the mysteries of the scripture have not been fully, completely understood about the Roman Empire and its two divides. There's many other nicknames to this Roman Empire in the Bible. So Gog is a nickname given by Ezekiel because he was contemporary to Ezekiel's time. There was a guy named Gyges. He ruled from Lydia. Where is that at? Asia Minor. In fact, when you start looking at all these arguments, you know, there's so much argumentation because it says chief prince of Rosh, Meshach and Tubal. Rosh, they say, is Russia. Well, now you find archaeology that shows Meshach and Tubal are in Asia Minor, and it shows that Rosh is east of the Euphrates, east of the Tigris River in northern Iraq. That's not a problem at all, because Gog will rule northern Iraq. He invades northern Iraq. He goes south, he goes east, and he goes to the beautiful land. I believe that's Daniel chapter 8. He goes south, east, and to the beautiful land. So he goes down to the Levant, and he goes and occupies Egypt, and then he occupies Iraq, and then he goes to the beautiful land, Israel. So therefore, he is chief prince of Rosh, which is ancient Rosh, not Russia. Ancient Rosh are very well known in archaeology. And there's a place called Ras, the same spelling as in the Hebrew, Ras. So he's chief prince of Ras, Meshach, and Tubal. Just as good as St. Jerome translated chief prince of Ras, Meshach, and Tubal is also accurate. It doesn't matter which flavor you like to use. The key in Daniel busts all the myth. And it really focuses on the Orthodox Christianity. Because in the end of Gog, in Daniel 11, 44 to 45, Daniel 11, 44 to 45 sums all of Ezekiel 38, 39. Why? Because Ezekiel 38, 39 and Daniel 11 are the only two prophecies where Gog comes from his base, from his place, and where Gog ends in the mountains of Israel, the nations of Israel. Daniel is where Gog comes from his base, Daniel 11:21. And when he ends, Daniel 11:45, he will come to his end and no one will help him. And what does it say in Daniel 11:44, 45? He has horrifying news from his east and from his north. West east of Turkey, Armenia. Commits massacres, just what it says. And then north, what's north of Armenia? Russia, the Russian world, the Slavs. Then he comes to his end. He pitches his tents between the seas and the glorious holy mountain, holy nation. Now, what happens to this idea of the temple? This is no longer focusing Jerusalem south. is focusing north, Mount Zion in the far north. The only holy status in the whole Old Testament prophecies is only given to a nation north, south, doomed. Look up every single prophecy. Just go look up south, north, and you can see east, west. And so now we are confronted with, what is this mountain? It's a nation. It's not a hill. Nation. The glorious holy nation. Holy. Holy. There is no status of holy in Daniel 11:41 regarding the beautiful land. Why? Because the prophecy had a dual nature. It was intended for the future. Antiochus fulfills it as a type. At that time, yes, Jerusalem was considered holy, but the prophecy is not for that one. The prophecy is for a different Jerusalem that is north. So he switches. God switched from the south to the north, giving the holy status. When did this happen? It happened at the first coming of Christ. Everybody was hopeful about Jerusalem. Jerusalem, that was the King Kahuna. Jerusalem was the elite. Bethlehem, where I come from, that's just a farmland. All these people down there, shepherds. And Jerusalem was the elite. Nazareth, that's just Nazareth. Can anything good come out of Nazareth in the north? He surprised everybody, didn't he? Now, had you been all Christians and you're sitting there at the synagogue at Nazareth and comes this guy and he says, today this has been fulfilled in your presence, would you have accepted him? Most likely no. Why? Because you're expecting Jerusalem. You always look at the elite. You think the elite is going to have all the answers. You think the major scholars are going to give you all the answers. No, answers don't come from those. They come from nobodies. People who think they're nobodies. He's a nobody. Who's he, Who's this guy in Nazareth? Isn't he a carpenter? He was the one. He hailed from the north. And what did he do to Jerusalem south? Cursed Jerusalem south. Why did he do this? Because he emulates how he is going to fulfill his second coming. And so he stops at the synagogue of Nazareth and he quotes, today this has been fulfilled. And then he leaves out the day of vengeance. And where do you find that day of vengeance? You find it in Jeremiah 46. Vengeance against this mystical Egypt called daughter Egypt. You can't call ancient Egypt daughter Egypt. So daughter, that's just metaphor. No, daughter is an allegoric expression, meaning God views it as born of Egypt, persecutor. So Gog is a persecutor of the Eastern Church. But where's the persecutor of the Western Church? There isn't any. The Western Church follows the Antichrist. The Eastern Church suffers. Armageddon is the crucifixion of the church. It's the crucifixion of the church. There's two thieves. One is north and one is west. North, basically the land of the north in the Orthodox world. They repent. The one to his left, the west, does not repent. The west produces the Antichrist. How do we know that? Because this entity called mystical Babylon is also mystical Tyre. Mystical Tyre. And where's that at? Let's look up mystical Tyre in Isaiah 23 and also in Ezekiel. In Ezekiel, he is called, the Antichrist is called the Prince of Tyre. Now, if you go to a scholar and you say, look, it says here, the Prince of Tyre, this is the Antichrist, they go, no, 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 no. That's all history. That's talking about the destruction of ancient Tyre by Alexander the Great. Remember, the topic of this session here is how to ask crippling questions. So ask the scholar, pick the best one. Say, it says of this mystical Prince of Tyre, it says, you have desecrated your sanctuaries. Read it. You desecrated your sanctuaries. I believe it's Ezekiel 26. Let me see. Ezekiel. Yeah, 26, 27, you know. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. 28. Ezekiel 28, verse 18. You, Prince of Tyre. Tyre is Lebanon? No. When you read Babylon, is that Iraq? No. In fact, Israel in Jeremiah 22 is called Lebanon. The state of Israel calls it Lebanon. Is that Lebanon? No. God loves nicknames. The nicknames, it would veils these secrets and these prophecies. So he says, you, that is the Prince of Tyre, defiled your sanctuaries, plural. It's not one sanctuary, many sanctuaries. By the multitude of your iniquities, by the iniquity of your trading. Therefore, I brought fire from your midst. It devoured you, and I turned you into ashes upon the earth in the sight of all who saw you. The end of the Antichrist. And so, the question that you need to ask the scholar, if this is ancient Tyre, why would God be angry at the defilement of pagan sanctuaries? If God is angry at the defilement of ancient sanctuaries, you have turned God into a pagan. So who is this Prince of Tyre? You must understand that this whole mechanism of Antichrist, you think it's just like one Adolf Hitler, the Antichrist. He comes to the scene. It has more than just one figure. It's got a patriarch. Why? Because it says you defiled your sanctuaries. He was an authority over these sanctuaries. He has authority over these sanctuaries, these churches. Think Constantinople. Think Bartholomew. Think the guy who's coming after him. I don't know which one, but these people are really bad. They've turned Ukraine into a mess. They divided the church in Ukraine. There is a bunch of Orthodox Nazis. They're not Orthodox, they're Nazis. So now you have a church in Ukraine. Why is all this focus on Ukraine? Ask yourself, why all this focus on Ukraine? Because that's where the focus is. Satan knows the secrets. God tells the devil, no secret has been hidden from you. You're wiser than Daniel. In other words, Daniel did not understand Daniel 11. But the devil does. He understands it. Daniel does not understand the key to unlock his own book. The devil does. He understands it. So you could see the pieces of this puzzle already being arranged. Ukraine, all these things. So Ukraine plays a major piece in the prophetic puzzle. You read Isaiah 14, Antichrist. He's called what? King of Babylon. Remember? Babylon is the harlot. King of Babylon, that's the Antichrist. I will sit on the what? The mount of the congregation. What congregation? The ecclesiastical. What's that mount? The kingdom, the power. I will sit on the mount of the congregation in the far north. The Antichrist wants to sit in a temple in Ukraine. Why? Because if he can make the Orthodox world fall, there is nothing left. If you think that the Latin world order still has it, don't bother bothering me, because you're really that blind. You're zealot blind. There's no hope in trying to convince you that the Vatican is a pigsty. And a pigsty is cleaner than the cleanest one in the Vatican. Give me the cleanest one in the Vatican. A pigsty is cleaner than him. That's the Vatican. The Latin world order. Bartholomew in Constantinople, pigsty. A pigsty is cleaner than the cleanest one of those. The bad people. Who's left? The evangelical world order? The Christian Zionist world order? A pigsty is cleaner than the cleanest one of you. Who's left? There's only one hope. The one that says no. Who's that? The Orthodox of Russia. Bartholomew comes with an idea. The Russian Orthodox says no. We would like to have LGBTQ. Russian Orthodox say no. They want to bring evangelical Zionists to teach Russians over there. The Russian Orthodox says no. That's the one. That's the one. Mr. No. Kind of rude, yes. The more rude, the better. The more smiley, be careful. Be careful, people who smile too much. There's one thing I don't find in the Gospels. Show me where it says Jesus smiled. I don't think he ever smiled. He was always serious. Why? Salvation is a serious matter. To claim that the Spirit comes from the Father of the Son matters. The Filique matters. Yeah, war. That's how that Orthodox world thought. You messed with a verse, war. You messed with the icons, war. You went and sat down with the Pope and signed a document, war. They were prickly pears. They were not. You see what I'm saying? And that's what you have to be. You have to be careful. You have to be as wise as serpents. So how can you be as wise as serpents if you do not understand what the plans are of this serpent? You have to understand how this serpent thinks. What does he do? Why do you have the miracle of Fatima? For. And why is the miracle of Fatima all about Russia? Why? Why isn't it about Jerusalem? Why? Why is Russia so important? Hello? It's because you don't look at the land of the north. In every verse that you read the land of the north, you must know which part of the land of the north. It's a triangle. Eastern Roman Empire is in the east part of the land of the north. Western Roman Empire is the northwest part of the land of the north. And the farthest part is Holy Russia, in the farthest, foremost parts of the north, as you find in Jeremiah and Zechariah. You find God sends healing to the land of the north. So, once you understand these mysteries, what's the conclusion? The conclusion is very simple. I wrote it in my title because I'm trying to make a very shorter summary to a volume that I wrote. It's too much for the lay person to read all of it. None of you can read all of it. I'm trying to make 100-page, sort of like biblical prophecies for dummies. How do I make this simple? So I called it, The Prophets Do Not Support Israel. They support Orthodox Russia. They do not support the South. They support a holy North. Okay. I wish, where is Theodore must have left to take care of the chicken. And so I want to read all your questions and see what you have to say. Are you guys, again, are you guys gossiping with each other? Or do you have valid questions to ask? What do you say? Give me the book. Oh, you want the book? Trevor Green, okay. Once I finish it. Oh, give me the 1,000 pages. I sent you a copy of that before I finished the 700 pages, really. I never heard a response from you, what you thought about it. Send me your response. I send it to about a dozen people. Let's see, what else? Fake Christians at Praise Assembly Evangelical Zionist Church at Pueblo, Colorado, Satanic Freemasons and witchcraft at the church at the Colorado. You know, what was this guy's name? He had a TV program. Sid Roth. I don't know if you watch Sid Roth. It's time to let out so many reasons why I saw this evil as evil. I was invited to go do a show at the Sid Roth Ministries. It's a TV, big time TV. He's very popular. And he was, you know, they do this makeup for the TV cameras. They put some mascara, well, not even, so the light, and he's sitting there doing this makeup thing, and he goes, "Hey, Waleed, come here." And he says, "I want to invite you for something, you know, to join my movement. I like you, and I want you to join my movement. I want to help you expand and grow." Oh, that sounds nice. So he takes me to his warehouse. Man, this place like almost a city block. Materials and books and forklifts and computer systems, and they're picking up pallet here, pallet there, shipping, receiving, and they're selling all this material all over the world, you know. Millions and millions, wealth. He says, "You see all of this?" I said, "Yeah, I see." He says, "I want to help you get to the same success I have." I looked at him and I said, "All this from a man who rode a donkey?" So I did this TV program with him, and then he invited me one more time to do the show, and he was doing the makeup the same. I came in, he was doing this makeup for the TV program, and he says, "Waleed, come here." He says, "Did you consider my offer and gave thought to it really seriously. I said, yes, I did, Sid. And he said, what's your conclusion? I said, my conclusion is your works are the works of the devil. Can we do the TV program so I can get the hell out of here? That's what I told him. That night, I did the TV program, you know, Bible prophecies, things like that. And there was another people who were invited, and there was this manifestations. I'm sitting there, and I had a friend of mine come from the village, from my village, from Beit Sahur, Bethlehem. His last name was Yatim. He came to visit me. He was in Arizona, and or they were doing this. This is another one. What was his name? Not Sidroff, a different program. Jonathan Burness. The same thing. Jonathan Burness had this TV, and I go to do this program, and my friend comes to see me at that, and I did the TV interview, and they started all these manifestations. I'm talking demonic manifestations. All this barking and all this charismatic chaos stuff, and they're making voices and sounds come out and all this manifestations. I looked at my friend from the village, and he's Christian from back of my village, and I said, get me the hell out of here. And he took me to the hotel. I ran the hell out. I remember when I was doing that interview, Jonathan Burness sitting in front of the camera, and Jonathan Burness is interviewing me, and there was a shelf behind me, a shelf with books and items and things. I kid you not. I'm sitting there, and these things are being thrown at me from the shelf, from the bookshelf. And I look, and I see objects flying across the room with nobody. Demonic activity going on. They were doing all these manifestations, and they summon demons, and they're doing all these things. And I'm going like, I said, where the hell am I? I began to ask myself the question. I come from a little village. We don't have any of this stuff. So where the hell am I? This is madness. This movement, there's something wrong. You know, there's something utterly demonic about this, all of these things. So I began to wake up. There's something definitely wrong. Christian Zionism gives birth to evil things, bloodshed. And it's not only the blood of the people of Gaza, or the blood of the Iraqi, and the blood of the Libyan, and the blood of... It's also Russian blood has to be spilled, because Russia, according to them, is Gog and Magog. And it's not only Russia, it's also China. Their blood has to be spilled too, because they die in Megiddo, in Armageddon. They don't even understand the war of Armageddon. So 200 million Russians must die. I mean, you gotta be the devil to sit there and concoct all these interpretations that 200 million Russians must die. To please who? All who descended from Israel. To please all who descended from Israel, and ignore not all who descended from Israel are Israel. You ignore that and you kill 200 million Chinese. And that's why you look at the support for war with China, or support of all these problems with China, all these problems with Russia, comes from whom? The Christian Zionist. The Christian Zionist. So you can imagine what's going to happen to the Christian Zionist when Jesus comes. I would like to... Can I come into the theater? No, you don't have a ticket. What? Where do you buy the ticket? Jesus. He gives you the ticket. Go to Jesus. What does Jesus say? No ticket. All this bloodshed. And you expect to go into the cinema? You're not going to the cinema. You're going to the crap house. How you support all this death and this mayhem? Not even the jihadis have this concept of this kind of death. The whole world must die for all who descended from Israel. The whole world must die. So, you know, let's see, what else you guys have? Putin opening large mosque in Moscow. Yes. He also kisses the Quran. Yes. I mean, when I say something, I say that's the future. And you say, oh, look, he's kissing the Quran. Let me tell you something. What was the thief doing before he was crucified? The thief who was crucified, who Jesus says, today you will be with me in paradise. What was he doing before he was crucified? Why do you people always ask stupid questions? When are you people going to ask Jesus-style questions? Russia drinks vodka. Okay. What else do you have? How do you move this thing? There we go. Cell Tower, Virginia. What does that got to do with what I talked about? Putin opening large mosque. Okay. Moonlin, can't you see 1,000 years in the 2,000-year history? Yeah. It's all form of human sacrifices. Molech sacrifices. I don't have computer listening on Android cell phone. Cell phones not safe. They track all of us. Let them track. Who cares? Call an exorcist to this third out of control, to these things out of control. I don't know what you mean. The wicked dead are resurrected and join him. That this has not happened yet. Where's Ghostbusters when you need them? The Revelation 20, last part of Gog and Magog war. When the 1,000 years are over, Satan's last attempt on those in New Jerusalem. Really? Okay. And if anybody thinks that, I mean, I don't know if I misunderstand the comment, but if you think that there is a Gog and Magog after the 1,000 years are over, then you must tell me, where is Gog in the prophets? Before you start making the arguments, the problem with people is that they have an argument in their head, and that argument seems to sit since their youth, and it doesn't go away. But when you ask them the question, how do you answer, where is Gog in the prophets? They still ask the same question and they still make the same argument, no matter what kind of question you ask them. If you say, I don't know, that means your argument is wrong. You must answer the question, where is Gog in the prophets? You must answer Ezekiel 38:17. Because if you answer Ezekiel 38:17, after the 1,000 years are over, you misunderstand the whole prophecy. You have to understand the dual nature of prophecy. There's a reason why he says 1,000 years, Gog and Magog. Christ came, his death, his resurrection, his redemption, bound Satan, allegorically, for 1,000 years. After the 1,000 years are over, who came? Before the Ottomans, the Seljuk. The Seljuk morphed into what you call the Ottoman Empire. 1070 some AD came the Seljuks, began to invade Byzantium, began to kind of chisel away on Christ's kingdom. Began to slowly chisel away. 1,000 years. Satan was loosened, Gog and Magog. So, those were the old Gog and Magog. The Ottoman Empire was a Gog and Magog. Gog and Magog Doesn't come only in the ends of days. Gog and Magog has been the greatest persecutor of the Eastern Church. Well, it's because they lack understanding the history of what happened during the Ottoman Empire and the Eastern Church. My gosh. Talk about major history library. Did God forget to address it? Of course not. After the 1,000 years, Satan is loosened. Happens again. Say another 1,000 years, it's a duel. Satan is loosened, comes Gog and Magog one more time. He comes twice. Why? Because the beast has a wound, and the wound is healed, and the wound comes again. Who is this beast? Mystical Egypt. It's wounded twice. Look at Jeremiah 46. A sting is coming. It is coming twice. Why? Because Russia, Orthodox Russia, the Tsars, they gave the first sting to the Ottoman when the Ottoman Empire ended, when Greece nearly took Constantinople, when the West aided the Ottomans against the Tsar. The West aided the Ottomans against the Tsar of Russia when he was going to conquer Constantinople, bring back Byzantium. Who stopped him? The West. You people. But you don't know this history. And you don't give a damn about this history. God does. So after 1,000 years comes another. A revival of the same kingdom comes back again. That's why when you read Daniel 11, on his base will sit. Between the two bases could be many people, many rulers. This is not in sequence in the way you think. So in Antiochus III, on his base will sit one. Who's that one? The last Ottoman Caliph. Who was that? Abdul Hamid III. And what does he do? He lifts up this thing about taxation and jizya, and they begin to jizya from the Armenians and the Assyrians. God is addressing the Eastern Church. And then who sits in his place? In verse 21, Gog. The same dominion. Revival of the Islamic Caliphate again in Turkey. That's what you're going to see. The revival of Mahdism and Islamic Caliphate in Turkey will commence. And that's the final Gog. And so that Gog is the same Gog in chapter 20. And take a look. He deceives the four corners of the earth. And then you find 3 frogs will go to deceive the nations of the earth, the kings of the earth. Why are there 3? Because they deceive east, they deceive west, they deceive south. They don't deceive Russia north. That's why there are 3 frogs. That's why Psalm 75 has 3 directions only, east, west, south. That's why Zechariah chapter 6 and chapter 8, read them. God condemns the land of the east, the land of the west, and the land of the south. What does he do with the land of the north? His Holy Spirit will rest in the land of the north. My spirit will have rest in the land of the north. So why isn't God's Spirit, excuse me, hello. How important is God's Spirit taking rest? How significant is that? She's taking a break in the land of the north. Rest in the land of the north. How do we know that that's Russia? 100% because of Daniel 11. In Daniel 11, he has bad news from his north. North of Byzantium. Turkey occupies what? Byzantium. To his north is Russia. That's why the key was put in Daniel 12 regarding the last verses in Daniel 11, which is 44 and 45. Daniel 11, 44, 45 holds that secret. Holds the secret. His east and to his north, Armenia, Byzantium, that's God's interest. That's the first part of the world God redeems back. And what else do you find in Isaiah? There is a servant God appoints a servant. In Isaiah chapter 41, verse 25, that servant is in the same direction as where Gog has to invade the bad news that comes to Gog, the Turk. That servant from the east, the rising of the sun, and from the north, he will call on my name. Is that Cyrus? When it comes to the keys, and when it comes to the kingdom, and when it comes to the stone, and when it comes to this Gog, God made sure he left no stone unturned. Everything is answered. That's why in Isaiah 45, he says of Cyrus, though you have not known my name, you're an unbeliever, you're a pagan, but nevertheless, you will help my people. I choose you to help my people Israel. Though he's pagan. In Isaiah 41:25, that's a different Cyrus. That's the dual fulfillment of a Cyrus. In the ends of days, he comes from the east and from the north. So go from Turkey, east and north. Where do you land? Ukraine, Russia, the Slavic world. Why is that such an important secret? Because God always has a remnant. You can never argue that God doesn't have a remnant. He always has a remnant. And from that remnant, he gains the victory. And he gains the victory from the ones who are thought to be the least important. Because if you go to Constantinople and talk to the Orthodox of Bartholomew, they go, we're Hellenic. We taught the Russians Orthodoxy. And what does Jeremiah say? What will you do when your sheep is given to them? What will you do that you have taught them? You're the one that taught the Russians. By the way, these are prophecies. No one understood. Why? Because no one understood the key of Daniel. That the key is in Daniel 12:4 must be resolved. If you don't resolve that key, you can never understand all these prophecies. Forget it. You won't understand it. You understand? Years I've been praying for this. I did not understand. Lord, I do not understand. Change my heart. Change me. Change my ways. I will do whatever you want. I beg. I beg. I want to do your will. I've been wrong. I've sinned. I'm committed the horrible sin. Christian Zionism. The worst sin. I've committed it. I caused bloodshed. Bloodshed. Then I look at the story of St. Paul. He caused bloodshed. Okay. God forgives him. My gosh. That's the God we serve. That's what I call the awesome God. No matter what you sinned, he forgives you. He forgives you. He says his sin won't be remembered. And so it's the same direction. Everything will begin to fall into place in this puzzle. And by the way, that destroys the hyper-preterists. Because you have people like, what's his name? Gary DeMar. I would love to debate that guy. Because he will be crippled by the questions I will ask him. Crippled. Take one of the best scholars in the book of Ezekiel is Daniel I. Block. He's dumbfounded by the question in Ezekiel 38:17. Dumbfounded, doesn't know what to do with it. Read his book, Ezekiel. Remember, I read so many books trying to research. Anybody addressed this question? And he was dumbfounded. He says, the only way I can answer this question is to say that Gog is not the subject of the question. It must be a different person altogether. And it has nothing to do with Gog. What? Are you crazy? Why? Why did he say that? Because if he says Gog is in the other prophets, guess what happens? He loses all his books that he wrote. He loses all the contacts he has. He loses all the professors that he was with. He loses all the seminaries. He loses all these things, all the status. Because it busts Protestantism is gone. No more. To answer that question. The 1,000-year reign, out of the window. So if you tell me the 1,000-year reign, here's my argument. Don't give me your argument until you answer that question. Because once you answer that question, you will see how stupid that argument is. Christ's kingdom is forever. It's not for 1,000 years. You misunderstand the first resurrection. You see? You misunderstand mountains of Israel. You think they're hills of Judea. You misunderstand the word earthquake. You want to understand the first resurrection. You read an earthquake and you think, oh, it's earthquake 8 on the Richter scale. That's not an earthquake from the biblical perspective. God speaks parabolically. The nations of the world, whether in the Orthodox world and Constantinople's Bartholomew, or whether the Pope in Rome, or whether the evangelicals in America, or whatever, the Antichrist is going to bring Islam, the Catholic, Orthodox, and they're going to have a kumbaya together, thinking it's a great idea of having an ecumenist world order. Let's all get together, you know. Nice. And what happens? God strikes an earthquake. He brings them back to their old dispositions, where a Muslim is Muslim, where a Orthodox or a Catholic is a Catholic, and they end up warring with each other. So he destroys the great city. He calls it the great city. And the great city is what? 3 parts. Let's take a look. 3 parts.
I answer questions now?
Well, I looked at some of those questions. It was the regular. As soon as I see the regular, I ignore them.
Why?
Because the regular, they're, you know, they sit there and they make comments that are just... nobody asks a question. Mr. Walid, here's my question. This verse says da. You see, they just... I don't know what this is, really. This is just like...
You don't ask questions about what you're actually saying.
Yeah, I'll get to them, don't worry. But anyway, Apocalypse 16:19, the great city, Babylon, was split into 3 parts, and the cities of the nations fell. So this great city has 3 parts. But the evangelical, the Zionist Christian reads the word great city, he thinks it's one city. No, it's not. How is Babel one city? Babel is defined as Erech, Akkad, Kalne. That is the great city. Many cities are called the great city. Jeremiah chapter 22, he calls Israel cities. It's destroyed. He calls it Lebanon, and it's destroyed, and people will wander by it and go, what God has done to this great city. Great city. The same reference as you see in the Apocalypse of St. John, the great city. And he's calling the entire nation of Israel the great city. And so Tyre is called also the city. Is this your city? So city is an empire. And so it's composed of 3 parts. You have Arabia, the Muslim world order centered in Arabia, Mecca, and you have the Latin world order in Rome. You have the Jewish world order in Jerusalem. That's what composes the great city. And all the nations under those are destroyed. That's what that is. All the nations that get into this Antichrist kumbaya, the ecumenist garbage, Those are the nations God destroys. He calls it a whorehouse, so he destroys it. That's what that is. And if you study all these prophecies where it speaks of the great city or the Babylon, daughter Babylon, mystical Babylon, Tyre, you find all of them are composed like this. For example, take Isaiah 23. The bad news comes from Egypt. Egypt is Gog and Magog. It's not your literal Egypt. Tyre is across the sea. It is across the Mediterranean Sea. It's Europa. Okay, that's thalassocracies. And it is called ships of Tarshish and Tyre. Well, O ships of Tarshish. He calls Tyre, ships of Tarshish, as one and the same. You find these ships of Tarshish in Psalm 48. They are invading where? Mount Zion on the far north, holy Russia. They're invading Russia. Europe invading Russia, and then NATO. NATO is going to invade Russia. And so you can't escape it because why? Because the key in Daniel. The key in Daniel, there's no way any scholar can escape that one. Because if you say, you cannot finagle with the question God asks. You see, when Jesus asked a question to the Pharisees, what does the answer do? It destroys their priesthood. Do you understand what I'm saying? When Christ asked the question, the right answer destroys their priesthood, destroys their temple, destroys everything. And what is when God asks a question? What happens if you answer it? If you don't answer it, say, I don't know, I don't care. It destroys your priesthood, destroys your argument, it destroys all your foundation. It's false. If you answer it right, your foundation is in the right foundation. Okay, Ted. Interpret to me the questions. I am little old school.
Okay, hold on.
Interpret, they're speaking in tongues here. What are they saying?
There's a lot of questions here that are just whatever.
Are they speaking in tongues or something?
Something like that.
What is
this guy says F Israel.
What does he say?
F Israel. Mr. Lee, what? Okay, hold on. There's somebody here that wants a question.
Okay.
Okay. I have a question. If there is a spiritual Babylon, and you said last time that the Medes will always destroy them, does that mean there are spiritual Medes?
No.
Let me say it again.
Oh, well, you know, are there spiritual Medes? Yes. And I mean, the Medes, it says, consecrate the nations. Read Jeremiah 51. Okay, let's pull that prophecy. And that is in Jeremiah verses 51, 26, 27, and 28, I believe. Okay? It says, consecrate the Medes. Yes. It's not spiritual Medes. The Medes are by then converted. How do we know that? Because in Zechariah 14, God opens up heavenly Jerusalem where it rains down from the eastern sea to the western sea to the eastern sea. The western sea is the Mediterranean. The eastern sea is the Caspian. It's not the Dead Sea. People think it's the Dead Sea. There's no Yam Melech. Yam Melech is the Dead Sea. It's Yam Kadumim, which is the Eastern Sea. That's the Caspian Sea. That whole region covers what? All the way to the Medes, all the way to the Kurds, all the way to even Iranians. In fact, in Isaiah 11, yes, they're spiritual Medes, if you will, but they're spiritual. They're convert. Explain to me Isaiah 11. Isaiah 11 really is the fulfillment. He calls these nations Israel. What are they? From Patros, from Elam, from different regions. All these peoples that Isaiah is speaking about. And by the way, Isaiah calls them Israel. He doesn't call them any other name but Israel. So how could Medes become Israel? Ah, there you go. So Not all who are Israel are descendants of Israel. The verse St. Paul gave, not all Israel are descendants from Israel, that verse is what you need to superimpose over every Israel you read. So you have to define, is this speaking of descendants of Israel, or is this speaking of not all Israel who are descendants of Israel? That's the bottom line.
Is that it?
So then the Medes are converted. And so here comes also the refinement of the Armenians, Minni, Ararat, and Ashkenaz. Come to her from the most distant places, not just from Armenia, not just from Kurdistan, not just from Iran, goes against the NATO powers, but also from the most distant nations north. And Jeremiah uses Aqsa, the word Aqsa, Qas, Aqsa, from Aqsa Shamal, from the farthest of the north. By the way, the word Aqsa has only one meaning, the end. That's the only meaning for the word Aqsa, the end, the tip end. So from the tip end of the north, nations can come to destroy this one part of Babylon, which is daughter Babylon. So remember, daughter Babylon is the Western Roman Empire. Daughter Egypt is the Eastern Roman Empire, or the occupiers of the Eastern Roman Empire. And that one is conquered in Jeremiah 46. The Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, is conquered in Jeremiah 46. And the Western Roman Empire is conquered in Jeremiah 50:51. And the stage is set in Zechariah chapter 2, where God condemns Europe. So Europe is going to go the way of the Nazis, is going to go the way of the neo-pagan, is going to go the way of Sodom, is going to go in the wrong direction. If you have hope in your papacy, good luck, and that's where it's heading. The NATO, don't kid yourself. Yeah, Trump wants to have peace with Putin. Don't bullshit yourself. You're bullshitting yourself. To think that the West will one day wake up and say, we want to be friends with the Russians, think again. If the whole eschatological system of the evangelical is geared, even if you're not Zionist, you're just evangelical, okay? I'm evangelical. I don't support that stuff, Walid. No, you're evangelical. You got the wrong formula. If you think those formulas, those prophetic formulas in the evangelical or the Protestant formulas are geared towards having peace with Russia, think again. They're geared eschatological. You have no imagination, how much eschatological formulas are important to countries. The CIA cares very much about the eschatological formula of the churches in America. They need to adhere to the policies of the CIA. The Antichrist is not going to go and abuse, what's his name? Joel Osteen. He's going to encourage Joel Osteen. He's not going to go and take away Bibles. He's going to encourage those people with the Bible thumping. He's not going to have a problem with those. He's going to go after people like me, like Ted. He's going to go after the key people who give the truth. Why do you think his YouTube channel got... This is the only time. It happens a lot. Boom! Again. Thrown in the dungeon. Again. Thrown into the dungeon. Again. Why? Because the way they want to control and the way they want to guide you is you have to be either on this polar end or that polar end. Which polar end was Jesus? Was he on the Roman side? Was he on the Israel side, the Jew side? Neither. Centurion came. He says, that centurion, Roman centurion, they probably added the word, this occupier of our land is better than any of you. I can find an occupying Jew who lives in Israel who's better than any Palestinian I met. I can find a Palestinian who's better than any Zionist I met. So, you have to address what is evil. What is good is good. Okay, Ted, what else do they have?
Mad Riddick wants to know here, okay, do you believe these things will happen with President Putin or a different president, or do you believe Russia's czar will return?
I don't think it's going to be Putin. If you ask me what I think personally, I don't think it's Putin. This is future. I think it's somebody after Putin. Gog is somebody after Erdogan. It's not Erdogan, in my opinion. Yeah, so that's my thought. Things could change, but looking at the kind of how things are going, you have to have, a nuclear buildup in countries like Turkey, Iran. You have to have Almania, Germany. It has to also rise from the ashes. So there's still some few years, but you're going to begin to see Turkey, Germany. You're going to see Nazism grow.
Don't say that Nazism will grow. YouTube thinks that's anti-Semitic.
Why on YouTube?
I'm being sarcastic, but the last time I said Hitler's coming back, YouTube said that's anti-Semitic.
Just don't use the word Hitler. You use code word. Just say.
I'm sorry,
What you should do is say, I think in Germany YouTube is coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I already told people I'm going to be uploading videos on Rumble, so I don't know if I should change my mind.
Speak allegorically, okay? Just like the prophets in the Bible. They say they call Tyre, Babylon becomes this.
But so you're saying I should upload videos on YouTube?
Just make sure people know your code word. YouTube means...
I already told people I'm uploading on Rumble.
Yeah, fine. No, go on. Yeah, that's fine. But if you want to do YouTube, just put a comment down there. YouTube equals Hitler. And then say YouTube is coming back to Germany. And that's it. Speak allegorically.
Yeah. The painter, the Austrian painter, we could just say.
The Austrian painter is coming back to Germany. Yeah.
Hold on.
After having returning with the keys.
I fear Hitler is coming. Hold on a second. The painter returns. Hold on. Somebody else had a question here about Ezekiel 47 verse 23. It says the alien within the tribe keeps his inheritance. Does this prove they can't take the land?
Where it says the alien within the tribe keeps his... Yeah, the alien within the tribe keeps his inheritance. You have to understand, Ezekiel, especially 40 and upwards, is a lot of metaphor. And so it's written in relation of how they thought in those days. Remember, the Bible, the scripture, is the prophet's words in the culture of his time. God allows the prophet to write in the culture of his time. And so Ezekiel, that part of Ezekiel, the Ezekiel temple, is an if statement. They come out of Babylonia. If they come in obedience and they do well, God says, you will have this temple. But in that prophecy of Ezekiel's temple, he kind of projects towards the New Jerusalem. In fact, he projects towards the sin that happens in the churches. He says the priests who did these abominations will not be priests in the kingdom, see? So some priests are forgiven and they will not participate as priests in the kingdom. So the punishment. And so Ezekiel is a big if statement. If you come in obedience, I'm going to give you the Ezekiel, the great temple, a great, grand temple, but they didn't. They didn't really care. They failed. So they never got Ezekiel's temple. So God makes it as an if. In fact, the if is there in the prophecies. So this if, the evangelical Zionist ignores this if and thinks there's going to be Ezekiel's temple. And so it says it right here. Heifers and this and that. It says it right there. So he misunderstands the Ezekiel temple, and the devil uses that, and they think there's going to be red heifers. So this is the two places that they use to argue for a temple, and that is Apocalypse 11, majorize the temple. It's got nothing to do with the temple. That's the church. Because ecclesia and heikel are the same thing. Can somebody tell me that ecclesia in the Greek is not heikel? The church is a heikel, the temple. Christ says he was the temple. He's the ecclesia. He says he's the church. So you want to sit there and play semantics, you know, that's stupid to play the semantics. I'm not saying that the questioner is doing this, but I'm saying that that's what they do. So yes, you know, the foreigner keeps to his land. Is there going to be the same way Ezekiel mentions it? This is a new Jerusalem. Ezekiel is speaking of ways that we can understand them and fathom them. What? Yeah. So you don't take everything in such a literal fashion to say, you know, you're going to go down to City Hall and here is your deed and your deed is good, you know. We don't know how this New Jerusalem is going to be. But is it going to be on the same parts of the earth, perhaps? And there is this, I don't know. God's going to bring this canopy back that before Noah's flood upon the earth, and the land stays where it is. And, you know, I don't know. And everybody has their deed restrictions and their deed documents. I don't know. What we do know is that it's going to be a new Jerusalem no man fathoms. So the thing about the Bible is don't ask what you cannot fathom. And that's how the Orthodox didn't get into trouble. Don't ask too much about what you cannot fathom. Ask about what you need to fathom. The Latin delved too much on what they cannot fathom, thought they can fathom. And that's where you got Aquinas. A lot of trouble. So Westerners love to want to fathom what they cannot fathom when they don't even pay effort to fathom what they should fathom. Questions then?
Okay, hold on. This person's asked this question like 3 times and he really wants it answered. Where is it? Hold on. Yeah. I'm struggling with this. Is it possible if you are a Christian Zionist but unknowingly deceive that you can be saved? These questions, can you be saved?
Do you have the direct number
to God
for Jesus? I think we had that number.
I mean, these questions. It's just like every time we get into something, can these people be saved? As if we're the prophets of God here.
Do you want to try to call Jesus and ask and make a phone call? Do you want to make a phone call?
How would we? It's like anytime we get into something, right? It's like I'm warning you guys about this, you know, Christian Zionism, whatever. Can these people be saved? How are we supposed to know?
Render unto God what is God.
All we know is that there's problems with Christian Zionism.
The question is really, read the question again.
If you are a Christian Zionist but unknowingly deceived,
is that you?
Be saved.
Is that you? Is that you? If it's you, then there is no hope. You know, you gotta repent. If that's you, you gotta repent. If it's not you, help others repent. Help others repent. Because no, you cannot be this Christian Zionist thinking you're gonna make it. It's a heresy of heresies. This is a major heresy. It's not a light heresy. I sat down for years. In fact, I'm still going to this class to kind of try to help these others who are in the class. And the one who's teaching the classes was my best friend. And I have the emails back and forth. You should see. He agrees. He doesn't, the answer of the Ezekiel 38:17 must be answered. He agrees. The king of the north is Gog. I said, what happens when you retrofit Ezekiel 38 with Daniel 11? He doesn't want to retrofit it. Why? Because it busts his myth. He doesn't want his myth busted. He's invested too much into the church. He doesn't want to lose face with his pastor. Every time he has this class, oh, the pastor. Oh, my gosh, the pastor. Oh, the pastor. Oh, the pastor. Oh, the pastor. And, you know, Jesus doesn't matter more than the pastor. And so you begin to see that these people are Pharisees. Really, they are Pharisees. And they will insist and persist on the error. And they know it's an error and they don't care. Do you know how many times I asked a friend of mine? You'd be amazed if you heard the questions I asked him and what this person said. I said, you don't find, I said, what do you do with I will build my church? Where is it in the Old Testament? Where is I will build my church? Where is the church in the Old Testament? He says, it's not there in the Old Testament. I said, isn't that a big deal? He goes, it's not a big deal at all. I don't really care. I don't really care, he says. I said, it says there, and all any sin that you forgive, it will be forgiven, and any sin that you will retain, it must be retained. I said, what do you do with this verse? That the disciples were priests, they could forgive sins or they could retain sins. I said, how do you retain somebody's sin if you tell me that you're just forgiven your friend in the church, but you can retain the sin? I said, unless it's a priest giving forgiveness of sin, how do you explain that verse? You know what he says? It's just a verse. I don't care. It's just a verse. I don't care. Just a verse. Okay, so that God says, do not eat. Your Bible says, God says to eat. You change the Bible to take not out. It's just the word not. I don't care. It's just the word not. You see what I'm saying? Month and month and month of I don't care. Asking him Jesus-style questions in the class. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Finally, I thought to myself, my best friend doesn't care. You know what? I don't care. Nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. Why? Because in his mind, this Orthodox stuff, that's Catholic. That's Catholic. You can't say Saint Jerome. Say Saint Jerome. Why do you say Saint Jerome? It's Jerome. Why do you call all yourself saints in the class? You're all saints, but Jerome is not a saint? Just you are saints? What the hell? Saint Clement. Can't say Saint Clement. It bothers them. It's annoying. Why? Because the truth is annoying to all who are damned. The truth is annoying to all who are damned. If the truth annoys you, you're damned. Truth can't annoy you. In fact, it gives me liberty. Finally, I used to have to stand against my own people because of this cult. I said, finally, I can have reconciliation with my own people. Finally, I don't have to spread Islamophobia. Oh, only the Muslims are the bad people. They're Muslim bad, there's Christian bad, there's all kinds of bad. So finally, I feel liberated. Finally, all this idea of book sales and all these things. My gosh, it's all about sale. It's all about book sales. It's all about speaking engagements. It's all about money. That's all it is. It's about money. It's not about the kingdom. It's about money. It's about power. Yes, Ted, keep going.
Here.
Ibrahim.
Do you think the Samson option isn't nukes, but it's a plan to blow up Masjid al-Aqsa and the Dome, and then blaming it European Christian country or group to start violence with Muslims in the West?
The Samson option is that when Israel uses nukes,
it nukes everyone.
A lot of the assumptions people have, there's going to be a Samson option.
I've been hearing about the Samson option.
If you have World War III, it's going to be a mutual assured self-destruction. The popular assumptions usually are not the ones that happened. Garbage. The proper assumptions usually are the rare ones. So you think if Israel lobs a nuke, Iran lobs a nuke, and the whole conflagration of the Middle East goes up in smoke. What about a surprise attack? Did you know that if, let's say, Russia decides to nuke NATO, do you know that you have no time to respond? You knew that, don't you? There is no time to respond. All this about mutual self-assured self-destruction is a myth. It's a myth. You're told that so you can be at ease. But in reality, the one that hits the button first wins. And so you say, oh yeah, they're going to hit the button. You better hope that the guy sitting in the silo down there, before he hits that button, he's going to make a phone call, which goes to the President of the United States. The President has 15 seconds to decide. And they usually think it's a false alarm. How is that a system that is functional? And you hope that the guy who hits the button of the missile, you hope that he hits the missile before that incoming hits the sphere, their sphere. Because once the incoming hits their sphere, you're done. You're done. And so there is several reputable scientists who really debunk the myth of mutual assured self-destruction. Secondly, the mutual assured self-destruction is debunked in the scripture. It's amazing. Because you think of an arrow, you look up the arrows, lob. You got to take a look very clearly at the text, very carefully. It says in Jeremiah 50 and 51, the victor, the winner, lobs his arrows from his land. And he will conquer Babylon from there, from his land, without him setting foot. The servant that I talked about, his feet will not touch the enemy's territory. He will show him a way to conquer without setting his foot on the ground. Wow, that means it's missile. And in the Psalms, it talks about the Antichrist, because once you understand all the verses about the Antichrist, his system, his government, his kingdom, all of this, you begin to understand that he has his own arrows and they will fail him. In fact, it says, I will take the arrows out of your right hand. The weaponization of NATO, American, and European is through satellite. Satellites, Russian proved they can bring down the satellites. They shot their own satellite to show them, look, we can shoot satellites. And don't forget the Orishnik. How come you forgot? How come nobody asks about the Orishnik? How come nobody talks about the Orishnik? What they don't talk about is what you should focus on. What they talk about is what you should ignore. What's with the Orishnik? It's the game changer. As soon as the Orishnik happened, they want to sit down. They want to do peace. They want to negotiate. They want to do this. They want to go back to the drawing board. The Orishnik. The Orishnik was a surprise. I've never seen something like this. It's like lightning. Proop, done. You know. Now these can be tipped with nuke. So the Samson, Iran could hit easily the Dimona, and it's defunct. No. In fact, read Micah chapter 5. Micah 5. Micah 5. Let's read it to answer this question about the Samson option, since you ask. Micah 5. Okay. In Micah 5, there is the victor, and then there is the loser. Who's the victor? When the Assyrian comes into our land, who is the Assyrian? Assyria sits on the same empire of the Seleucid. That's Gog and Magog. That's mystical Egypt. Assyria. When the Assyrian comes to our land, whose land is that? That's not the land of the Jews. That's the land of Russia. Then we will raise against him 7 shepherds and 8 principal men. 7 metropolitans. We talked about resolving the key of the 7 shepherds for many years. Now we know what it is. 7 metropolitans. Who has 7 metropolitans? The Orthodox. 7 metropolitans God will raise. And they will decide to commence war. And the land of Assyria, which is the Eastern Roman Empire, and the land of Nimrod at its entrances, the coastal areas, the coastlands, the coastlines. Nimrod is the Antichrist, the land of this Hitler from Western Europe who's coming. Assyria, that's the Gog, Magog, that's the Eastern Roman Empire. Why there is 2? Why do you always find 2? Always you find 2. The 2 divides, 2 divides, 2 divides, 2 divides, all over the prophets. St. John didn't come up with the Roman Empire from his pocket. This is all in the prophets, inspired by God. And the inspiration from God helped him understand, and he wrote the prophets, basically, summed the prophets. Okay, so what happens to the land of Israel? The land of Israel, he says, all your fortifications will be destroyed. All your villages will be destroyed. Your fortifications. The strength. Fortifications is the military strength. What about daughter Babylon, Western Roman Empire? What does Jeremiah 51 say? 50:51. Read it. It says, though you lift up your fortification high in the sky, I will bring them down. Hello, fortifications high in the sky? Yes. What are those? Satellites. They bring down the satellites that are in the cosmos. He brings them down. And if those satellites are brought down, the military is impotent. Everything is impotent. The war is over. So it's very sensitive. Today, these days are not the same as yesteryears. These days you have drones. Drones can win a war. All right, Ted, what do you have?
This Russian person here, the Mr. Nastia, he says, I have a question. Is the New Jerusalem maybe the place that some Jews are trying to set up in southern Ukraine where Khazaria used to be?
No.
Yeah, I've heard this before, that they want to build it in
Yeah.
Poland or Ukraine.
Are you saying New Jerusalem from the biblical perspective? No man fathoms. Are you saying a New Jerusalem like when I was young, living in Bethlehem, we used to go to the New Jerusalem? They had the Old Jerusalem, they had the New Jerusalem. But maybe that's true. Yes, they're trying to make a live. Yes, that's a very good point. It's a new, that kind of a new idea is in Ukraine. A lot of Jews are moving to Ukraine, the land of the north. Yes, this is already happening. A lot of Jews are leaving to Cyprus. They will not find rest in Cyprus. They will find rest in Ukraine. They will find rest in the Slavic world. That's where they are to go, is to the Slavic world. And that's where they're destined to go. The righteous, decent Jews will end up in the Slavic world. And the wealth and the money will end up in Cyprus, and they will not find rest there. Whoever comes to America, they won't find rest here either, because America is going to turn against it. And they will convert in Russia, which is the Slavic world. If that's what you're asking, I don't know what you're asking. When you say the word,
there's this idea that supposedly some people have, they can go to Jerusalem and create a new Israel.
Yeah. Oh, the new Israel. No, I mean that's about this policy that they want to make and buy land in Ukraine. No,
yeah, Ukraine, Poland, and all that stuff.
No, that's not it. No, they end up fleeing. It's a matter of fleeing. Remember when Christ says, when you see the abomination of desolation, who are in Judea, flee to the mountains, the nations flee. But where to flee, you have to look into the other prophets to understand where they flee. What else then?
see. A lot of it is just them talking amongst themselves.
Why do they do that?
This is how it is. It's just,
They use the platform for
have conversations.
to shoot darts at each other, kind of thing.
Conversations.
And no matter how many times you tell them, it's frustrating, and they don't care. They do it anyway. Children live life with pure heart to the fullest. No wonder they're children.
This guy, I don't know, he's kind of crazy. Invading Israel against a people who live without gates and have been brought back from war.
Okay.
This is the invasion of the Turks/Mongols against the Arabs. Ezekiel 38 and 39 talk about Gog and Magog invading Israel against a people who live without gates. This is the invasion of the Mongols against the Arabs.
Why do you say against the Arabs? It's against the Gog invades besides Israel. He invades the Arab world too. It's not just Israel, because Iran will be allied with him, and Iran in Isaiah 21 invades Arabia. So why do you only seclude only the Arabs he will invade? The Gog exclusions are in Daniel 11. There are many. Okay, so go and read Daniel 11 and see. He takes over North Africa, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Mauritania, Kush, which is Sudan and Somalia, Armenia. He goes into the Levant, Lebanon, Iraq, northern Iraq. Iran conquers Arabia, and so you can't just say it's Arabia. If it is only Arabia, why do we have this whole chapter giving you the detail? By the way, Daniel 11 is the only place in the whole of Scripture, that's why it's so crucial, that gives us the sequential order before the end. The only place in the whole Bible that gives you a sequential order. That's very key, because this is why it takes a book to explain it all, because it's such a key, because all the other prophecies by the other prophets have to follow that sequence in Daniel, the conductor. They all have to follow that sequence. So that is a very important chapter, and that's why the seal was positioned in Daniel 12:4. Who can argue against this? Yes.
Let me see. This guy's saying that if I didn't have Jesus, I would have killed myself. I mean, it's just nothing to do with anything we're talking about.
What's the Muslimin, says this guy.
Where?
This guy here,
No, real roots of Zionism is so-called Christian Zionism, barbarian invader.
Yeah.
I have another question. So Turkey is the tool of the devil. That kind of makes sense considering their history.
Well, see, you come up with this kind of, it's the tool of the devil. That's the tool of the devil. Yes, but God uses that tool to punish. So, and the answer is yes and no, because Gog is taken out. His people, all, the remnants of his people will come to fruition. When you look at the scripture, don't be dogmatic like the typical evangelical mindset. They're so dogmatic. They say Gog is Turkey, therefore we hate Turkey. No, because there's going to be many good, decent people from Turkey. He's a bad ruler of Turkey. Okay, he does the right things in the beginning. Okay, but then he falls in the trap of NATO, and he invades Russia, and God crushes him, and he denounces the Trinity. Yes, he is definitely heretical, demonic. Yes, no question. Any heresy is demonic. Yes, that's true. But he ends up being alone. And then his people will see the light. And then we will finally have a major conversion in what you call the 1040 window. This is not Holy Spirit truth, prophecy.
This person is just spamming with the caps and all this to the whole chat. He just spams random shit. Hollywood, this,
Clement? Oh, Clement is a false shepherd?
Kim Clement.
Kim Clement. Who's talking about King?
Prophet of Hollywood. No one's talking about King Clement.
Saint Clement. You know, this is people are
Did you
crazy.
take it rid of him? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, just leave them alone.
Messiah fights nations that are Islamic today. Scriptural evidence points to these regions also being Jerusalem and the West. With this, how do we interpret Zechariah 14?
Oh, okay, it's a good question. So the question is, Messiah fights nations that are Islamic today. Only them? Usually the answer is all of the above. All nations, not just Islamic nations. Scriptural evidence points to these regions also being Jerusalem and the West. Yes, with this. How do you interpret Zechariah 14? Zechariah 14. Okay, let's open that prophecy and let's take a look at it, shall we? Where is that one? I'm trying to find it. Zechariah 14. Starting in verses 3 to 8. In Zechariah 14, what does it start with? Let me pull up the verses from the text itself. Zechariah 14. Okay. Why is the internet?
Oh, we got it. What?
Got what?
We got a guy here who's saying this. He believes the CNN episode about you.
Oh, I'd love for him to debate me on that.
Bach Precision. This is your chance to debate my dad.
I'm right here.
This is your chance. Do you want to do it? Yes or no? You said, remember when you made up your past life story?
Yeah.
So Bach Precision, this is your chance right now to have a debate with my dad.
I'm right here.
So let me know. This is it. This is your chance.
Because if you make an accusation, you better debate that accusation. Because if you're wrong, then you're slanderous. Zechariah 14. Sorry, taking a little time here. My internet's so slow. Okay. Behold, the day of the Lord come. I don't like the King James and thy and thous. Let's put it in the NASB 20. Behold, a day. Does he want to debate?
He's not saying.
Okay. Why is the screen?
This person has a question. I want to see what the question was. Oh, the horses. Okay, well, Layla, we'll get to your question when he hasn't answered this time.
Of course, he's not going to answer. Behold, a day is coming. I'll answer this accusation about CNN after.
No, don't worry about it. If he just want to debate you, get rid of him. That's it.
No. I have the articles right here. I can show him copies of the articles. Behold, a day is coming for the Lord when the spoils taken from you will be divided among you. For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle. And the city will be taken, the houses plundered, and the women raped. Half the city exiled, but the rest of the people will not be eliminated from the city. You have to understand this metaphor. This is...
Yes, go ahead, Dad. Don't worry about it.
This Jerusalem is not downtown Jerusalem. This Jerusalem is a global Jerusalem. This is a global war, not just downtown Jerusalem. half the city will be taken to captivity, women being raped, all the stuff. There'll be a loss in the beginning. But the rest of the people will not be eliminated from the city. Then the Lord will go forth in that day and fight against those nations as when he fought on the day of battle. On that day, his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, which is in front of Jerusalem on the east. So, here Christ stands on the eastern portion of the Mount of Olives, facing Jerusalem. Where's Jerusalem? West. It's all metaphor. It's not literal. So, he stands on the east part of the Mount of Olives. You can imagine Jerusalem in the west, the Temple Mount, or whatever, and Mount of Olives to the east. He's standing on the eastern part of the Mount of Olives, splits into two. The Mount of Olives splits into two. Okay? So the eastern portion, which is the eastern dominion of the church, it splits through a schism, earthquake. Earthquake is either a schism, or it's to shatter a spiritual unity, earthquake. So here, the Mount of Olives represents Christ's mountain. Mountain is a kingdom. Mount of Olives is the kingdom of olives. He's symbol of the olives. Christ is symbol of the olives. He was the olive. He was crushed for our transgression. He was crushed. To get the oil, you have to crush the olive. You have to understand Palestinian metaphor. So, in essence, he stands on the eastern side on the Mount of Olives. He stands with the Orthodox. Okay. It will be split east to west, forming what? A very large valley. A large valley is a major schism. By the way, this schism is not the old schism between the Latin and the Orthodox. Why? Because it's very clear what St. Paul taught, that regarding the coming of Antichrist, the falling away must come first, then the man of sin is revealed. Very quickly. So the fall of the Orthodox Church, the schism in the Orthodox Church comes, then the Antichrist will come. So there will be a schism in the Orthodox Church. And all you Orthodox who say there's no schism between Bartholomew and Russia, you're drinking vodka. Okay, so keep drinking the vodka. Yeah, it is a schism. Okay, so there's be a great valley. In other words, the schism will be so deep that the Orthodox who join the West will become foreign to the true remnants of the Orthodox. Completely foreign. They'll be like way out of touch. Valley, great valley, completely different. Nazistic, fascistic, neo-paganistic, and that's primarily going to hit the Orthodox in the West. That's why, if you look at the Orthodox in the West, there's a lot of shaky stuff. And so that's talking about the crucifixion of the church. Okay? What happens? Half of the mountain will move towards the north. Which half moves towards the north? The eastern half. And the other half goes towards the south. What's in the south? Constantinople, Rome. Those two. They'll go towards the Roman Empire, the two divides. One, in other words, the remnant of the Orthodox in America, in Europe, everywhere in the world. That remnant from the eastern part, that remain east, remain loyal, remain Joseph, doesn't sleep with a harlot. He goes towards the north. He aims north. Whether he stays in his country or not, he's aiming north. He's not aiming towards the west. Why is the west bad? If you don't believe me, try to tell me what is Isaiah 59 is talking about when he says, his glory comes from the east and he condemns the west. And they will fear him in the west. Why? because they are he calls them my enemy, the West. He's talking about the northwest versus the northeast, far away, the Russia. Russia is northeast of the earth. Northwest of the earth is Europa. They will fear his name in the west and his glory from the rising of the sun. That's going north, east facing west. So who goes southerly? All the people who are into the material world. In fact, Russians themselves, see, oh, Walid is praising all the Russians. No, a lot of Russians who don't care about orthodoxy or Christ or anything, they're materialistic to the core. They will head towards Turkey and towards Europa. In the war in Ukraine, remember the media? You know, the war in Ukraine. Russians are fleeing. Look, Russians are fleeing by the droves. They're going down to, where were they going to? Norway.
What?
When the Russians, the Ukraine war, Russians started getting their cars and taking off and going to Europe. They're driving to Europe. Yeah. They're driving, and many flew to Turkey. Turkey or Europe, those two. So now you begin to see who flees to Turkey, who flees to Europe. You begin to see the Jews who flee to Cyprus. Read Isaiah 23. You will go to Cyprus, you will find no rest. Because that prophecy is addressing the whole mystical Babylon, Israel, the Arabia, the Constantinople, the whole rigmarole. And so here is the whole meaning, Okay, so you say, wait a minute, Waleed. This is Jesus comes, he stands on the Mount of Olives. Okay, if that is the case, Christ stands on the Mount of Olives. Oh, Waleed is teaching that Christ is not going to stand on the Mount of Olives. Who says that teaching is essential? That you must believe Christ stands on the literal Mount of Olives. Maybe he does, but there is an allegoric. Prophecy is multidimensional. But there's one dimension that tells me this. And here's why. And you will flee by the valley of my mountains, for the valley of my mountains will reach to Azal. Is this the literal Azal? No, Azal means exclusion, seclusion. What is that? Unwalled villages. Zechariah 2. You can't explain Zechariah 14 without first explaining Zechariah 2. It happens in the land of the north, Europa. You go into seclusion, unwalled villages. That's what unwalled villages mean. What's the word for the unwalled villages in Zechariah? I forgot it, the Hebrew word. But anyway, it's unwalled villages, secluded areas. You will flee just as you fled from the earthquake in the days of Uzziah. Similar to the case of Uzziah, you're going to flee. On that day, there will be no light. The luminaries will die out. Oh, that's a major day here. For it will be a unique day, which is known to the Lord, neither day nor night, but it will come about in that time of evening. There will be light. It means when the things are worst, you think, oh man, this is the worst time. We're all doomed. That's when the light's coming. Take it easy. That's what it's saying. And on that day, living waters will flow from Jerusalem, half of them towards the what? Eastern Sea, not the Dead Sea. Good time, and you think in your mind, this is really a catastrophe of catastrophes. Armageddon is the greatest catastrophe that hits Earth after Noah's flood.
Wait, what happened? Hold on.
What?
We're saying it's not playing. Internet go out? No, it looks like it's working.
It's working.
Some people are saying it's not because their internet isn't working. They think my internet's not working. Hold on.
How come okay?
I think they are. Yeah, your internet is not working. My internet's fine. Everyone says stream froze. It's back. Okay.
It's back. Okay. So did you get the point I'm saying? If the day he stands on the Mount of Olives is 24-hour day, how does the heavens open up and God's Holy Spirit will pour between the Eastern Sea and the Western Sea, the Caspian Sea and the Mediterranean Sea in summer and in winter. So is summer and winter covers a single 24-hour day? No, obviously. So this is allegoric language. Through the prophets, God speak allegorically, parabolically. And that includes Zechariah 14. It's parabolic. Okay, now let's keep continuing. And the Lord will be king over all the earth on that day. The Lord will be king over all the earth on that day. The Lord will be the only one, and his name, the only one. And then the land will change into a plain of Jeba, Rimmon, Jerusalem, Benjamin, the corner gate, and all so on and so forth, all this allegoric language. Okay, so people will live in it, and there will be no longer the curse for Jerusalem. This is a new Jerusalem. And we'll live in security. This is the plague. The plague is what? Their eyes will pop out, rot and melt. It looks like a nuclear war. The tongues will melt. It looks like a nuclear war. And it will come about in that day. Wait a minute. That day is not 24 hours. It's summer and winter. That a great panic from the Lord will fall on them, on the enemies of God. That panic, that fear is in Psalm 48. It's all over. And they will seize one another, and they will fight each other. Judah also will fight at Jerusalem. Is this downtown Jerusalem? No. This is Mount Zion on the far north, Jeremiah 3, where they come out of the north. And the wealth of all surrounding nations. Is it surrounding Jerusalem? No. Look at the surrounding nations. You look at the nations round about. That's a whole subject. It's the holy nation in the north. It's not downtown Jerusalem. Okay. Okay, but the key verse is yeah, okay. And you will flee. I need to, this verse 5. Verse 5. So if you take the literal standing on the Mount of Olives, let's say Christ stands on the Mount of Olives, it literally splits. It literally creates a literal crevice, and they flee. So here's a mountain, okay? It splits. One split goes north, and one split goes south. There's no more valley. Valley is this. Here's the valley. But one goes north, one goes south. There's no valley. First of all, there's no valley. Second of all, what do you do with this verse? And you will flee. After they flee, then the Lord my God will come, and all the holy ones with him. Wait a minute. Then, after this, the Lord my God will come, and the holy ones with him. Didn't he land already in the Mount of Olives? You see? No, this is talking about the split. This is talking about the falling away. This is talking about 2 Thessalonians 2. The falling away must come first, and the man of sin, the Antichrist, comes. Then the people will flee from the Antichrist. They will flee from the abominations that the Antichrist will do. And they will flee all over. And then the Lord my God will come. Then Christ will come after this. Why do you keep switching? But it makes me panic when I see the frozen picture. Okay, what else do you have? So that's Zechariah 14. I hope I answered the question, because it's impossible to reconcile then the Lord my God will come and all the saints with you. Well, he already landed in the Mount of Olives. You see my point? It's impossible to reconcile that day as a 24-hour day with the summer and the winter. That's a period of time.
Okay, Layla had a question. The horses in Revelation, are they empires?
Okay.
The horses in Revelation.
Yes, the horses of Revelation, they depict the whole history of the church. The horses of the book of Revelation. The first horse has a sword. That's from the beginning of the establishment of Christ's kingdom on earth in form of nations. Okay? And so Christianity spread when? When Constantine He was the Moses of the time. Constantine on the white horse with a sword, and and then he with a bow. I think it's a bow, and he is it with a sword or with a bow. I'm getting senior moments, but anyway, the first horse, and then comes a different color horse and a different color horse and a different color. It's the degrading of Christendom. They kill one another right after that. So after that era, they begin to kill one another. After that era comes the black horses and the gray. So it degrades, and then rebuilding back to the white horse. Whatever Constantine established, whatever Constantinople, whatever Byzantium, Christ comes and reestablishes back to that white horse. And so that, that's a whole different 4-hour session to talk about the horses. So you have to begin with the apocalypse. You will be taken to prison for 10 days. Is that 10 literal days? There you go. So if you think 10 days, it says 10 days right here, Waleed, No, it's a period of time. So it's a period of time where there will be wars and tribulations for the church, that is. So not the war, sorry, the persecution, the Colosseum. And after that, come, I will show you, then a white horse, Constantine, then this and this and that. And now remember, you have to retrofit the horses with Zechariah's horses. Zechariah's horses. That's the major topic, retrofitting. How do you retrofit the horses in the apocalypse with the horses of Zechariah? Once you retrofit those together, then you will see how everything fits perfectly. So that's why we have a 700 page, and nobody has the patience to read 700 pages these days. What else you have, Ted? Smyrna, something about Smyrna.
God's prophecy will Rome be destroyed.
Yeah.
Rome will be destroyed. Rome will be destroyed.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
It's pretty just like caps, all caps. Like, I want to get rid of these people, honestly.
No, Ted, why?
Spam the whole chat.
Nah, don't worry about them, Ted. What else you have? The spamming like 100 times.
Stuff that has nothing to do with anything.
It's okay, so
random, insane.
You stop them from
Somebody
commenting.
Writing from the insane asylums, right?
Okay, just stop them from commenting. Can you stop them?
I don't know. Yeah, I can.
Just stop them from commenting.
Hold on. Most of the stuff's not even questions.
Okay. All right, Ted.
What?
You can take over from here. All right. Well, we adjourn. Thank you very much.
Do videos on YouTube. I talk in code the whole time.
Well, we'll talk about that. You want to sit down here? Yeah. Well, okay. Well, God bless and see you next time. God bless.
Computer. Food. Give her something later. It's okay. Let's see here. How's everybody? It's been a while since I've been on here, I'll be honest with you. It's I don't know. I've been gone for over a week. It really sucks. It's just depressing to be suspended for... The reason why it's depressing to be suspended from YouTube is because you put so much work into a channel and then you realize, oh my god, YouTube can just take it all down over nothing. You really appreciate my videos? Appreciate that, Mr. Nobody. Is it better to email me if you have questions? Not, I don't know. I don't really check my email that much, but I did answer your question. I mean, I gave your question to my dad. It kills the motivation. Yeah, it definitely does. But I know that on Rumble, I'll have less of a reason to worry about that. That's the thing. I'm gonna see if I can play some music for you guys. Hold up. How many people are on here? Been looking out for me. Glad you're back. Appreciate that, sir. You don't own anything on YouTube. Unfortunately, they can suspend and delete your channel at any moment. I know. That's the problem. For some reason, my background music is not working. Hold on one second. Let me see here. Media source. Got some Elden Ring music playing in the back here. Let me see here. I wanted to ask Constantine what part of the scripture helped him see the errors of Christian Zionism. It's from Romans, where Paul says not everyone from Israel is of Israel. You have Galatians. Definitely Galatians. Definitely stuff from Isaiah, things of that sort. Hate speech for denouncing Zionism. It wasn't even that. It was me saying that I think that the Austrian painter is going to come back. And the thing is, now I feel bad for putting up that video saying that I'm going to be posting on Rumble, because now I'm thinking maybe I should just continue to post on YouTube, and then, but I have to use code talk. That's the thing, though. That's just, I don't know, it's just obnoxiously annoying. I appreciate that, Short Feral. Are these modern, whatever, real? So, dude, you have to look at the genetic studies. They have Semitic blood, yes. They have Levantine Semitic blood, but they're mixed with European also. A lot of them are mixed with European. It must be amazing to move away from Zionism, the transition. Yeah, definitely. Moving away from Christian Zionism is extremely liberating, because the thing is that when you're into that whole Zionism thing, you have to find you feel obligated to find ways to justify what Israel does, and then when you realize it's all bullshit, you're like, you think to yourself, I can now freely just, or I have liberated myself to say what I really think. That's the thing. Building YouTube takes a ton of work. It's a lot. YouTubing is a lot of work. Everyone says it's easy. I don't know why. People who say YouTubing is easy don't YouTube. They don't. Doing YouTube videos, editing, thinking of content to talk about, uploading videos, dealing with comments, and then finding new stuff to talk about, and preparing to record a video, and then recording a video, and then amping yourself up to psychologically be presentable in front of the camera. All of this requires a lot of energy, and I would say that the two things that require the most energy to do content creation is, one, being able to talk in front of a camera. That takes a lot of energy. And two, the constant feeling that you have to continue to make content. Those two things are what make video making the most exhausting. Everything else is fine. Editing is not too difficult. I mean, editing is work. It does take time, but it's not difficult. It's just time consuming. What's difficult is finding stuff to talk about, and two, recording the videos. That's what takes a lot of the time. Yes?
That guy was debate.
No, he never showed up.
Chicken.
Yeah, he never popped up.
That
He's
was
gone.
a chicken.
He's gone. That's why it feels liberating. Yeah. Is the great monarch of Catholic lore real prophecy? I have no clue, dude. I never really got into that stuff. I think most of us are here that listened to that YouTube video and now look for your videos for YouTube. Like you said, you would post a video here with links. We are with you, Theo, no matter what. Appreciate that, Victoria Costello. But now I feel bad. Now I feel like, oh man, maybe I should continue to post videos on here, but just talk and code talk. But that would just be, I don't know. It would just be annoying. Austrian painter will be use even more red paint on this next upcoming picture. I'm not going to lie. I wish I had typed faster when your dad mentioned Oroshnik. It's okay. I had one debate with you 2 years ago and you beat me good. When did I debate you? I think you should stay on YouTube. The problem is if I stay on YouTube, it's just prolonging the inevitable. And the thing is that if I post on YouTube, then people are going to be like, I thought you said you were done with YouTube. Why are you staying on YouTube? I don't know. Who thinks that I should stay on YouTube? I don't know. It's just the indecision that I have. If you knew I'm dealing with, you would be shocked. I don't know who you're dealing with. Code words are also necessary on TikTok. There you go. Post where you need, and I will follow along with captions. Yeah. The Mossad is messing with the stream. YouTube plus others. I like your channel. I appreciate that. Do what you think is best to keep your old content on YouTube. Do everything. What is your Rumble? My Rumble is T Shoebot. Who cares what people say? Yeah. You should stay. If it comes to an end, we know where to find you. Maybe you can do both. I think Marcos Guerra... It seems that, in my mind, Marcos Guerra has the most logical answer, which is just to stay on YouTube. And then, if YouTube... The problem is, if YouTube gets rid of the channel, all my videos will be gone. Stop overthinking. He jumps across platforms, so does Tim Pool. A fighter and a scholar. Keep Rumble as a backup. Just stay on YouTube. Man, I just don't want to get suspended again. And if I get suspended 2 more times, I'm out. Like, the whole channel's gone. And the thing is that I can be taken out over anything. Just over me saying something about Mustache Man or whatever. Take your time take your time transitioning. Take vids to another platform and you go on your life. I have all of my videos on an external hard drive. I'm not really worried about losing the videos. I'm just worried about all these videos I've done online being just gone. YouTube is already a mainstream outlet, Lawanda. Gotta have backups. Rumble lags badly. The first suspension will expire in 90 days if I do not have any violations within that 90-day period. So basically 3 months. So if I don't do anything, if there's no more strikes on my channel for the next 3 months, then they will remove it from my record, and then it's just basically starting from scratch. That's the thing. I was making dinner earlier and binge watched your videos, one about Africa and India. I appreciate that, sir. I'm happy to entertain you. Happy to entertain you. Yeah, but online presence matters. Still, live backups need a Rumble channel at a minimum for archival. I agree. I uploaded a lot on BitChute. Appreciate... Oh, I don't know if you uploaded my stuff, but if you did upload videos just in general, that's cool. I love what your dad had to say about Mount of Olives and the Four Horses. Appreciate that. I'll let him know. Look at what happened to guys like Stefan Molyneux. Yeah, Molyneux, I mean, I never really just agreed with him, but yeah, he vanished and he never came back. He didn't even start anything on Rumble or anything. He just vanished. It's a tough decision, but you got us backing you up. Appreciate that, Trevor. I like Theo dating stories. Yeah, those were funny. This is insane and funny at the same time. Isn't Rumble owned by Peter Thiel and JD Vance? Maybe Rumble One? I don't think it's owned by JD Vance. I don't know who owns it. Yeah, once it gets bigger, once enough money pours into Rumble, it'll just become like an era YouTube. Once money, the thing is that once money enters the equation, that's when everything gets... That's when everything becomes about control. It's all about control, 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 control. I don't know. Can you back up all of your videos from YouTube? I have all of my videos. Virtually all of my videos are in external hard drives, so I'm not really worried about losing my videos. I'm just, I don't know. It would just suck to have to start a whole channel over again. I guess, you know what? Fuck it. Just fuck it. Here's what I'm gonna do. Damn it, I hate saying I have a change of plans. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll continue uploading on here, and I'll upload on Rumble. Everything I'll upload on Rumble. And then, if YouTube takes me out, you guys just follow me. Like, whatever, I'm just gonna continue on Rumble. In other words, if YouTube takes out this channel... fuck it, I'm just going to continue on from Rumble. I'll never come back here again, and that's it. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm sorry about... Okay. I like it here. I like it here, too. YouTube is extremely convenient. Rumble received investment from venture capitalist Peter Thiel, Vivek, and JD Vance in May 2021, with that round of funding valuing Rumble at around $500 million. Damn. That's a lot of money. There is a group that is fighting YouTube on channels that are being suspended and looking for their info now. They are calling themselves First Amendment something. Oh, damn. Stefan is back on YouTube recently. He is? Let me see. Hold on. Just fuck it. I don't know what to tell you. I think I'm just going to... If I continue to upload videos on here, then I know people will say, well, you're dishonest. Shut up. Commercial videos that come up. Hold on. Is that guy on? What's his name? Stefan? Oh, Molyneux's back up. He's got 18,000 subscribers. But damn, his video count is low. Dude, this is crazy. Hold on. When did he pop back up? 6 months ago, he popped back up. But his view count is so low for an 18,000 sub channel. That's the thing. Like, honestly, this is going to sound a little narcissistic, but it's not. But I was getting more views when I had 5,000 subscribers than what Molyneux is getting right now with 18,000 subs. I mean, I can't show it to you for except black screen. I don't have to show it to you, but it's just, if you just check out Molyneux's channel, he's got 18,000+ subs, and his last video came out 2 hours ago, and it's 222 views. I mean, honestly, I was getting more views than this guy when I had 5,000+ subscribers. So maybe people just... I think what happens when you're gone for that long, when you just take a recess from having an online presence for that many years, people just kind of forget about you. That's what happens. I think that if he had just gone on Rumble after getting kicked out of YouTube, he would have been fine. I think if he would have gone on Rumble or some other alternative platform, I think he would have been fine. I think he would have retained some of his followings. But the thing is that he just vanished for years, and then now he's coming back, so people forget about you at that point. Blessings from Tasmania, Australia. Hello, sir. Fight. Yay, stay. I mean, yesterday, guys, I'll be honest with you. I'll be very real with you guys. I was very depressed yesterday. I didn't read the news. I didn't even prepare for the stream. Honest to God, I was like, I don't even want to stream because I felt so like just to tell people that I won't be uploading on YouTube. It just sucked. It just sucked, and I just didn't feel like doing anything yesterday, and I was just depressed all day. And all I did yesterday was garden, and I exercised for almost an hour, and that was it. And fuck, it's just gonna suck knowing that every video I upload could get me taken out. That's just the bottom line. I guess what I'm gonna do is, your garden looked very cozy. Yeah, it's nice, especially in the fall when October comes and the weather starts to cool down. My garden is beautiful. You need to get Virginia Farver as a guest. Why? Creator is a ton of work. We all need money. Need to get full-time income from this work so you can focus more on just let me tell you something. Content creation is not easy. I don't give a fuck what anyone tells you. Oh, it's just somebody talking in front of a camera. I like Asmongold's answer to this type of comment. When people say streaming is really easy, Asmongold says, then go do it. It's a great answer. If it really is that easy, then do it. And we'll see how successful you become. And most people don't do it. And most people who get into content creation quit very early on. The grand majority of people who get into content creation, I don't care if it's YouTube, I don't care if it's X, I don't care if it's Rumble, quit early on. They quit after doing a few videos. They quit because here's why they quit. Here is the reason why most people quit streaming and content creation and all that stuff. It's because they get exhausted from the energy that is required to talk in front of a camera. This is my theory. For someone to get in front of a camera and just speak their mind, for most people, it requires a lot of energy. It requires a lot of energy because you have to be present in front of the camera. And being present in front of the camera is what requires the majority of your energy when it comes to content creation. The second biggest thing that requires most of your energy is thinking of something to talk about. And the thing is that you will find a lot of your ideas to talk in front of the camera about when you're just having conversations with your friends or your family. You could be having a regular conversation and bam, 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 the natural stream of consciousness just transpires. And as you're talking, you're expressing yourself and you're putting 1 and 2 together and you're connecting the dots because you're relaxed. That's the thing. You're relaxed when you're around your friends or your family. You're relaxed. And when you're relaxed, that's when your mind does a lot of thinking. That's when your mind does the most of its thinking. That's when the mind connects most of the dots and thinks of original ideas. And so you'll be talking to your friends or you're talking to someone, talking to your family, and then all of a sudden, boom, a little light bulb goes off and you say, aha, I thought of something that I didn't think about before. Or I put the dots together. I connected the dots together in a way that I didn't before. And I realized that it's so much easier to articulate what I've had in my mind just in a free flow conversation. Let's go in front of the camera and do it. And then you turn the camera on. But then to express yourself in a relaxed manner requires the most amount of energy when it comes to content creation. And that type of exertion, most people just don't want to deal with it. After a certain amount of time, people just give up. because that's what requires a lot of energy. People don't realize that. That's what requires a lot of the energy. That's what requires the most energy when it comes to making videos. And most people just don't want to handle that. They don't want to deal with it. Talking in front of the camera, that is what's going to get you the farthest. Being able to just get in front of the camera and just talk. That's what requires most of your energy. And most people get exhausted by it and they quit. And also, once you get into the rhythm of content creation, you're uploading videos on a weekly basis, it's very difficult to relax until you've come up with enough videos. Once you've come up with enough videos, then you can relax. But before those videos are done, you can't relax. And so that constant tense feeling of, oh my God, I have to make content. Oh my God, I got to make videos. What am I going to talk about? Is also what exhausts you. And most people quit. That's the reality. So content creation is not easy. Plus the constant awareness that your channel could be taken out because YouTube doesn't like what you're saying for whatever reason is also stressful. Like, all this work I've done could be just gone. Whatever. Charisma is not easy. It's not easy. And the thing is that most people who do videos, I don't care if they have 500,000 subscribers, I don't care if they have 1 million subscribers, most people who talk in front of the camera are not comfortable. They're not. I know, because I can tell. It takes one to know one. I know the feeling of not being comfortable in front of the camera. I know how that feeling feels like, because I've experienced it many times. And I know how it feels to be comfortable in front of the camera, because I've been comfortable in front of the camera many times. When I watch, for example, Pastor Mark Discroll, that guy doesn't look comfortable. He's got over 500,000 subscribers. He doesn't look comfortable. Most people don't feel comfortable in front of the camera. They don't. You know why they don't feel comfortable? Because they feel fake. And when you feel fake, you are not comfortable. Because the way they talk with their friends is not the way that they talk in front of the camera. And what you need to do, if you want to start talking in front of the camera, what you need to do is replicate how you would talk with your social circles, how you would talk in a conversation. And so the best advice that I've heard for talking in front of the camera is be you plus one. I've heard this from Asmon Gold. He did a video about this many years ago, but he said, be you plus one. In other words, be yourself, but amplify the energy a little bit more than you would in real life. And the rest is history. So how you would talk in front of the camera, or how you would talk in conversation, you want to do that in front of the camera, but you want to add a little bit more energy. Talk a little bit louder, maybe talk not a little bit faster, but talk with a little bit more enthusiasm. And then what will happen is your brain will click and you'll relax. Trust me, I've done it many, many times. Many times. When you turn that camera on and you speak with a little bit more energy than you would normally, what happens, and you'll hear this in acting school, by the way. Acting coaches will teach you this. What happens is something in your brain will click and you'll relax. Because a lot of that nervousness, so what happens is when you feel nervous in front of the camera, and I heard this from an acting coach, when you feel nervous in front of the camera, what that nervousness is actually energy. It's chaotic energy that has not been released but wants to be released. And the way that you release that energy is by raising your voice a little bit higher. Just raise your voice a little bit more. And that's the energy being released. You'll release the energy, and once that energy is released, that tension is released as well, and your brain will click. Something will happen in your brain. Something will take place in your mind that will click, and you'll feel it. Trust me, you'll know when you feel it. You will know. I don't have to describe to you how that feels like. You will know. And you're just going to have, once that little click in your brain happens, you're going to go through a free flow, and you will have a stream of consciousness. And you're just going to relax, and everything in your database is going to come out of your mouth. And you'll feel great. You will feel amazing. It's one of the great... Being able to talk in front of the camera is one of the greatest feelings ever. Trust me, it's one of the greatest feelings ever. To be able to talk in front, to turn that camera on and just go. And then turn the camera off after doing one take. Getting everything out of your mouth, expressing yourself the way you want to express yourself, and doing it all in one take, and then turning that camera off. That is amazing. It's one of the greatest feelings ever. And then to edit the video and add B-roll and add some sort of footage in between the clips to demonstrate your point, to add photos, to add background music, really, really harmonizes with your articulation. It harmonizes with your expression, and it just makes it makes everything magical. It's art. It really is art. Content creation is art. It sounds like therapy. That's correct. It does, and it is therapeutic. But it's challenging at the same time. There is a challenge to content creation. Some people really figured this stuff out faster than others. It took me a long time to figure all this stuff out. I'm a very slow learner. What happened to the country girl from North Carolina? I have no clue. Bring back the belly dancers and hash smoking. I don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes if you start mimicking other people's behavior and speech... Sometimes if you're insecure, you start mimicking other people's behavior and speech patterns because you might be afraid to present your own voice/speech patterns. That's correct. Yep. That is very true. That is very true. And I think that if you are afraid to show your own voice or to unmask yourself, understand that by unmasking yourself, you will actually be more attractive as a content creator. So understand, the reason why we hide ourselves, the reason why we put on a mask and we talk in a way that we wouldn't talk in normal life is because we are afraid to show ourselves. And the reason why we're afraid to show ourselves is because we don't like ourselves or we're embarrassed by ourselves. And so what you do to counter that is when you turn that camera on, talk normally, but don't talk normally. Talk, but be yourself, but add a little bit more energy. Just add a little bit more energy. And you'll sort of drown out that insecurity that you have in your head. I talked about, okay, stop talking about your stuff all the time, dude. Enough. We get it. Reason why I won't start a channel talking about Israel, I believe eventually I'll get suspended. Yeah, you probably would. Harness the chaos. I'll remember that. I get super nervous when I call up radio stations. Yeah, that's all normal. Being nervous and all that stuff, it's normal. And all that nervousness is energy. Sometimes when you have that nervous feeling, if you just do some push-ups, a lot of it goes away. Because when you do the push-ups, you release the energy. So when you raise your voice up a little bit, you release a lot of that energy, and then you relax. So if you notice in a lot of my videos, I begin the videos talking a little bit louder than normally. And then eventually there comes a point in the videos when I relax. And the reason why I relax is because my mind has clicked. Let's see here. Not everyone will like you, and not everyone is going to like you. That's impossible. Plus, you don't want everyone to like you. Let's see here. I uploaded a lot, over 3,000 videos on my BitChute channel. A lot of videos on topics targeted. Let's see here. Even if you have thick skin to stream and have content, there are psychos who try to affect other people in your life by contacting their jobs. That's true. That's true. And keep this in mind. You see, I do want this channel to grow, but at the same time, I understand that there are pros and cons to being a nobody. There are pros and cons to having a small channel. The pro of having a small channel is that people who are going to follow you are usually going to be a core audience. Because when you have a channel, I mean, look at someone like PewDiePie. He's the most subscribed YouTuber in all of YouTube. He's got over 100 million something subscribers, but on average, his videos get a million followers. Why? Because, or a million views. Why? Because that out of all those 100 plus million people, only about a million of them are actually his core audience. See, that's why I say don't fixate over a subscriber number. Look at subscriber numbers as just a gauge by which to more or less get an idea of how big your core audience is. So if you have 1 million subscribers, how many of those are actually your core audience? Your core audience, by the way, are the people who are going to watch your content no matter what. They're the people who are going to watch all your videos because they like you. That's it. They don't. You could be talking about some movie that you watch. They're going to watch the video because they like you. They like your personality. So core audience. So you can categorize your subscribers into two different camps. One are people who watch you for only specific videos that you make. They watch you when you address only specific topics that they are specifically interested in. So let's say you do a video on the American Revolutionary War, and 100,000 people subscribe to you because of that video. The reason why they subscribe, most of those people subscribe to you because they liked what you had to say about the American Revolution. But then let's say the next video you do is about the 30 Years War. And then you notice that the views are less than the one on the American Revolution. You could say, well, I got 100,000 subs because of the video that I did on the American Revolution. How come I'm not getting more views on, how come I'm not getting more views this time? What's going on? Well, because those people subscribe to you because of what you had to say about the American Revolution. And that's it. Which means to maintain those people's attention, you have to continuously make videos on the American Revolution. But some of the people who subscribe to you after seeing your video on the American Revolution are also going to watch your video on the French Revolution or on the 30 Years War. Because that small number of people has now been added into your core audience. So that's how you have to look at it. You have to see everything as you have to see all of your content as being for your core audience. So don't focus on pleasing the 1 million people who subscribe to you, or the 18,000 or the 5,000 people who subscribe to you. Focus on your core audience, because those are the people who are going to follow your channel no matter what videos you do. Those are going to be your loyal audience members, and those are the people that you should think about. You shouldn't care about appealing all your subscribers, because that's impossible. Anyway, I've talked a lot about that. Peace be upon you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Audio is fine. Voice is cut. The audio is bad. Use an alias name so they can't find where you live. Let's see here. Are you still rescuing Christians from the Middle East? Believe it or not, we're actually helping someone. I don't want to give names, but we're actually helping someone in the Middle East currently. But I don't want to give any names, but he's not a Christian, but we are helping him. Because I don't want to give too much information, because this person is in a lot of danger, but he was in a lot of danger, this guy. And so we helped him out. I had a Mormon try to dox me on Twitter because I challenged him on apostolic succession. Oh, damn. Some of those Mormons can be vicious. Let's see here. I posted the info on the group fighting YouTube in the chat if you need them. I don't think I got that. YouTube is pretty terrible when it comes to sharing information on a chat. Theo, I posted the info. Yeah. Just give me the name. What's the name of the group? You gotta go balls to the wall. My podcast is in 3 places. Podcast Addicts. Is that the name of your show? You are my antidote to Shapiro. I appreciate that. Theodore, get in touch with me. I am born-again Christian. Your parents were born in Bethlehem. What's your name? How would I be able to find you? Have you heard about some moron pissing on the Pope's altar? Yeah, I saw that on X. Have you ever played Sekiro? I've never played Sekiro. I have been tempted to play Sekiro, but I have heard that Sekiro is more difficult than Elden Ring. And I played Elden Ring. I beat Elden Ring after how long? Almost 3 years playing Elden Ring on and off. And I finally beat the damn game. Elden Ring is one of the most annoying games I've ever played, but it is one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. Maybe one day I should do a whole review on Elden Ring. I don't know. Maybe I should just give it now. But the thing is that I bought Elden Ring. Wait, I bought Elden Ring in 2023, I want to say. So not 3 years, but almost, I guess you could say almost 3 years. But I beat Elden Ring finally this year. And I actually put off playing the game for several months, and then I went back to it because I said, okay, I gotta beat Elden Ring, and I eventually beat it. Elden Ring is a beautiful game. Hell, I have the a song from the Elden Ring OST playing in the background. The music is beautiful. I love the music of Elden Ring. The aesthetics of the game are amazing. I love the aesthetics of the game. I love how it looks. I love how the world looks. I love the voice acting in Elden Ring. The voice acting is amazing. The lore and the story are absolutely amazing. I don't love it, but I find the lore to be very fascinating. I find the story to be fascinating. I love how the world that you're in Elden Ring is a world that's been devastated by a massive historical a cataclysmic event. There was a massive war between different factions, different religious factions, and you're now living in the aftermath of that conflict. And so everything that you see in this world that you're in, everything that you see in the lands between, as it's called, is the aftermath of the war. So you're seeing a lot of destruction, you're seeing a lot of destroyed areas, everything just looks like it's been devastated. Everything looks depressing, everything looks melancholic. There are areas that are worse than others. And you could just see the aftermath of horrendous devastation. And so as you're traveling through this world, which is huge, by the way, as you're traveling through this world, every item that you pick up gives you some sort of explanation for the lore. So every sword that you pick up, not every, but a lot of the clothing or a lot of the armor that you pick up, a lot of the different items that you pick up, gives you a little bit of history of the lore. It gives you a little bit of information of the lore and it gives you some sort of tidbit as to what happened in the past. And so you're learning the history of this world, which is fascinating because it reminds me of being an historian. It reminds me of reading about the world that we live in. And this is one thing that I find so enriching about history, is that when you're reading history, you're reading the lore of humanity. And so Elden Ring is sort of an artistic expression of reading the lore of the world that we live in. So just as you read the lore of the lands between, you read the lore of the world that you live in real life. And that's how I see video games usually. I see video games and films more or less as just artistic expressions of reality. And they make life a little bit more rich, because they take what is miserable in society, what is miserable in the world, and they present it in an artistic manner. They present it in an aesthetic way. And it just makes life a little bit better. It's a little bit of consolation. As sad and depressing as a lot of art can be, it's a little bit, just a tidbit of consolation. But nonetheless, that little bit of consolation, that modicum of hope, adds a little bit of richness to our existence. And so that's what I love about Elden Ring. What I hate about Elden Ring, what I do not like about Elden Ring, several things I don't like about Elden Ring. One, I hate the excessive delays in the boss fights and just fighting the enemies in this game in general. So you can go into this castle. I forgot, there's a castle. It's called, it's near Limgrave. I forgot the name of it, but you go to this castle and you'll see all these knights, and they delay so many of their attacks. So they'll come at you and they'll raise the sword, and you have to sort of wait in this very suspenseful moment for them to make the attack so that you can roll out of it and escape the attack, and then you attack them. And the thing is that it's you can have a really powerful sword in Elden Ring. You can, I upgraded the hell out of my samurai sword. I had a what was it called? It was the Nobu something katana. It wasn't the Uchi katana. It started with an N, but it was the longer katana in Elden Ring. That was my sword. And I upgraded that sword to the highest point that you could upgrade it to. I got all the smithing stones, everything. Got all the smithing stones, made that sword as powerful as it could be. And even when it was as powerful as it could be, you could hit a boss many times and it wouldn't stagger the boss. And so you would be hitting this boss, and as you're hitting this boss is it's delaying its attack, and it's loading up for the attack, and the load up for the attack takes several seconds, and so you're waiting because you don't want to get hit. You want to be able to just roll out of the attack just in time, and so you have to wait for those moments, and it's tedious after a while. It really is exhausting and tedious, and you end up. Some people like it, whatever, but in my experience, I ended up just finding myself exhausted by the game. So I would play Elden Ring for 20 minutes, and I would just put the controller down and say, all right, I'm not going to play until either tomorrow or until a few days from now. And that was it. I was just sick of it. But as far as that goes, I mean, beyond that, Elden Ring is a beautiful game. I enjoyed walking through certain parts of the world. I enjoyed walking through the Altus Plateau. The Altus Plateau is the most beautiful part of the Lands Between. I wasn't too crazy about Volcano Manor. Limgrave was okay. Limgrave sort of had a bittersweet feeling and a bittersweet vibe to it. My least favorite part was the desert region. I don't remember the name of it, but it was a desert region where you fought one of the main bosses, Radon or whatever his name was. Lindell was cool. Lindell had a really beautiful OST, really beautiful sound score. But my favorite place was the Altus Plateau. Altus Plateau was amazing. I suck at Bannerlord is an awesome game. Bannerlord was an awesome game. Let me see here. Thucydides' Peloponnesian War, or Tacitus' history. I have read Thucydides' Peloponnesian War, and let me tell you, I was greatly surprised as to how good the book was. When I first began reading Thucydides, which was about, I want to say in 2021 or 2022, I was expecting the book to be a tedious read. I was expecting the book to be just filled with tedious details about the battles, and I was pleasantly surprised to find that the book had such a richness to it, and there's so many parts of that book where Thucydides is getting into history that was more ancient than the world that he lived in. Thucydides is getting into the eras of history that existed long before he was even born. And he talked about how a lot of these early humans lived, and he talked about these ancient trends. He said that in the beginning, mankind dressed up very simple, dressed up very modestly, and then after some time went by, human beings began to dress up in more luxurious ways, and then human beings realized, wait a second, the simple ways were better, and they went back to simple dress. And he's saying that that these shifts in trends took place long before he was even alive. So he was talking about the ancient days that existed before his own day, and we consider Thucydides' days to be ancient.
And he's talking about a time more ancient than his own time. I mean, that is fascinating. And that is a great example of reading about the lore of humanity. So in a way, I mean, we don't live in a video game, but in a way you can look at a video game and look at the beautiful aesthetics of a video game. You can look at the richness of the lore of a video game, and you can say, wow, the lore is so fascinating. It makes me want to read about the lore of the real world. And so you can read history and you can say, we're looking at the lore of the real world. And it's so much more rich than the lore of a video game because it's real. But one thing that can make reading the lore of the real world a little bit more interesting is to play a video game, appreciate the art form of the video game, and then say, wow, this reminds me of the real world that I live in. The way I look at games is like looking at a painting, because you can hear what I'm trying to say and say, oh, that sounds like some corny ass stuff, but it's not, because it's like looking at a painting. Human beings have never changed. Before video games, during video games, we're the same. Why do we have paintings? Why do human beings make paintings? Why have we made paintings for thousands of years? Why is it that you can go to some cave in France or Spain and see pretty detailed works of art from thousands upon thousands of years ago, thousands of years before Christ was born? Why? Why have we human beings always been interested in making illustrations of reality? Because it's a form of reflection. That's the reason why. We look at a painting or we draw a painting because we like to reflect on reality by making fictional scenarios or fictional depictions, or by making artificial depictions of the real world. It's just how we are as human beings. I can't fully explain it, but it's just how we are. So human beings can go through something as horrific as the 30 Years' War, and then many years later make some of the most beautiful paintings, even though the paintings are depicting something as depressing as the 30 Years' War, because we can look at something that's ugly and we can depict it in a somewhat bittersweet way, and we can see the beauty in it. And in a way, it gives us comfort because it reminds us of the fact that we can see beauty in every situation, or in almost all situations. We can go through something horrific and still find beauty in suffering. And we have some sense of consolation from that. So you can look at paintings from the 30 Years' War and say, man, these are some depressing paintings, but there's something bittersweet about it. Same thing with, you can go into the world of Elden Ring and you can go through the Altus Plateau, or you can go through Limgrave, or you can go through Landale, and you could say, wow, these areas are really depressing, but there's something bittersweet about that. And you can look at that and you can sort of reflect on reality, and you can be reminded of the fact that you can find beauty in ugliness. I hope I'm making sense. It's kind of difficult for me to explain all this because it is it's a complex part of how we are as human beings. Let me see here. Man, you guys are just all over the place. Dude, are we gonna get into this Islamic stuff? Yeah, the Khalid Desert. That's what it's called. Khalid, yep. We're now gonna get into the Islamic debate, which is so annoyingly exhausting. The music is kind of sad. It's beautiful. This music is gorgeous. I listen to it almost every day. Naga Kiba. Yes, that is the sword that I had. Byzantine tobacco. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I suck at Bannerlord. I'm not very good at Bannerlord, but I just enjoy Bannerlord. It's just a fun game. It's just fun to have 20 battles over one choke point in some narrow canyon and just be like, this is our battle of Midway sort of thing. We gotta keep going. Throw in more soldiers. Just keep going. Welcome back. Appreciate that, Bruce Harris. Have you ever played Kenshi? I haven't. No. So what has stopped me from playing Sekiro is that I just don't want to go through a tedious game. Because I did some research on Sekiro and I found out that it's actually way more difficult than Elden Ring. And I said, if that's more difficult than Elden Ring, I am done. I'm not going to play it. The only game that I'm looking forward to right now is Resident Evil 9. That's the only game I'm looking forward to right now. And that's going to be a masterpiece. I can already tell. I watched the first trailer and only the first trailer. I refuse to watch anything else about Resident Evil 9 because I just want to go into the game with zero expectations, or almost zero expectations, because I watched the original trailer, so I do have some idea as to how it's going to look like. But I don't want to go beyond that. I want to go into this game more or less not knowing what's going to happen and just immerse myself into the world, because from what I know about RE9, it's that you're returning back to Raccoon City, which is pretty cool. FAR group First Amendment. All right. Appreciate that. The robot catches some words you can't say. Oh, shit. I should use Code Talk. Sorry you had to deal with that BS. Yeah, it sucks, but gotta go on. Have a good day, Theo. Appreciate that, Mad Riddick. It's exactly like your videos, so I subscribed. I know you, Waleed, about as many years. I respect your dad. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. I hope one day there will be an equivalent to YouTube that is free and not controlled by the U.S. government. That's probably not gonna happen. They're silencing you? Yeah, they are. Hey, Theo, are you standing with or against the resistance, i.e. Hamas? I don't know what to think anymore. I don't really support Hamas because I think Hamas did a horrendous... I know a lot of people would disagree with me on this because they're going to say, yeah, but look at the possible future of Gaza. But I think that Hamas did a horrendous misservice to the Palestinians by attacking Israel. Because look, you have at least 100,000 people dead, maybe more, maybe hundreds of thousands of people dead. And I mean, what good is it? Now you've given Israel the pretext that it's wanted to fully take over the Strip and possibly even ethnically cleanse all of Gaza. Today my mom had a surgery, very stressful day. I know how that feels, by the way. I know exactly how that feels to have a parent go through a surgery. It's very stressful. These motherfuckers spent 1 month to fix the powder smoke generation when going full... I don't know what you're referring to. How's your mother doing, by the way? Is she doing well? Let's see. Red Dead Redemption 2 was a masterpiece of a video game. Red Dead Redemption 2 was the closest thing that I think we've ever gotten to a video game feeling like a movie. Red Dead Redemption 2 feels like you're watching a very long film that has intermissions in it. And it's just a masterpiece of a game. It truly is a masterpiece. The voice acting is amazing. The acting, well, there's no real acting. There's voice acting, but there's no motion picture acting. But the voice acting is perfect. The story is amazing. Very long story. There's so many side quests in Red Dead Redemption 2. I would argue that Red Dead Redemption 2 is way better than Elden Ring. I'll be honest with you guys. As beautiful as Elden Ring is, as aesthetically rich as Elden Ring is, I really don't understand a lot of the hype that exploded around Elden Ring. I really don't fully understand it. I've seen a lot of people say things like, this is what gamers want, this is what the gaming community has longed for years, and blah, blah, blah. But I feel like Red Dead Redemption 2 never really got the love that it deserved, and I don't think it ever really got the recognition that it deserved. Because I know Elden Ring got Game of the Year and all that stuff. How many awards did Red Dead Redemption 2 get? I don't know, but it just seems like Red Dead Redemption 2 came out and then people just forgot about it. But it was such a masterful game. It was such a good game. The gunplay, the gun sound effects, just all the sound effects in the game, from the shooting and the gunplay to the horseback riding, to the conversations, to all the random conversations, to all of the numerous gun shops that you can go to in this world, to just the absolute sheer size of the world, how big it is, the fact that you can just get in your horse Get on your horse and just ride to the sunset. Go to all these different wilderness areas. Go to the mountains. Go to all the different forests. Go to all the various cities. You can get into gun battles literally anywhere. It's just there's so many different choices you can make in the game. It's a masterpiece. There are all these different movie theaters that you can go to in the game. You can watch silent films. You can get married in the game. It's just Red Dead Redemption 2, man. It's a game. It's a masterpiece that just never got the recognition that it deserved. And another game that never got the credit that it deserved was Sleeping Dogs. I don't know if you guys ever played Sleeping Dogs, but Sleeping Dogs is another masterpiece of a game. Oh my god, if you guys have not played Sleeping Dogs, I highly recommend it. You can play it for the Xbox One. I'm pretty certain you could play, I think originally it was for Xbox 360. It's been so many years. I bought that game in 2011, so I probably played it on the 360. But Sleeping Dogs, man, freaking amazing game. It's basically a game where you can just travel Hong Kong. It's a great game, right? Yeah, you're in Hong Kong. You can get into any car you want. You can buy a whole bunch of cars. You can buy motorcycles. You can go to different restaurants. You can even have some relationships. You can go to a prostitute. You can go to prostitutes. You can fight criminal organizations. You can get into races. You can get into street races. You solve crimes. There's so many side quests in Sleeping Dogs. They just drop you in the world of Hong Kong. And they say that it's pretty accurate. Actually, no, that was the Division 2. The Division 2, they say, was, or the Division 1, actually, they say presented or portrayed New York City in a super accurate way. But yeah, Sleeping Dogs was an amazing game. One of my all-time favorite things to do on Sleeping Dogs was to just get into a car and turn on Kerrang radio and just play the music, just play the radio and just drive around Hong Kong at night. And you can buy properties in Hong Kong. So I would go to some fancy suite that I bought, go in there, take a nap. You can go to all these different stores. You can buy all these different types of clothes. You can dress your character up in all these different ways. It's just a great game. It's just a great game. Let's see here. Division New York City was an amazing game. I would say out of all the games that I've played, as far as gun battles go, as far as modern urban gun battles go, I don't think I've seen gun battles as well portrayed as those that you can play in the Division games, Division 1 and 2. Just the gun battles are so, the way that they are presented and the way that they sound are so accurate. Just the way the bullets sound, or the way the gunfire sounds, the way that you can hear battles from a distance, the way the bullet caps drop on the floor after you fire a bunch of rounds, just the way the battles are done, the tactics that the enemies use to go against you, how they try to flank you. I've just never seen any video game that can present gun battles as good as the Division games can. They're just amazing. Division 2 was great. I love the Division 2 where you play in DC. Great game. You can still actually you can still play the Division games right now. I actually went to recently, well, not recently, but last year actually, which feels pretty recent. As you get older, time moves a lot faster. But I actually started playing the Division 2 again after many years of not playing it last year. And you can still go to the world of Division 2 and play the battles, and there's still enemies everywhere. You can still get into all these new battles and any given area of DC, and it's a really good game. The Division was cool, but the enemies were bullet sponges. Yes, that I would say is kind of annoying, but at the same time, put yourself in a game developer's shoes. You want to make the enemies difficult. So, I mean, in reality, those bad guys should drop dead after 1 or 2 bullets, but that would make it way too easy. So I understand why they did that. Offline mode, I agree. Yes, I do agree with that. They should have made the Division games. I think all games should not be obligated to be online. I think this idea of all video games have to be online at all times is absolute horseshit. Because let's be real here, most people are not playing games to play online. Most people are playing games to play games. That's it. They're not playing games to play with random people online. Most people don't have any friends. Most people don't have any social lives. So they're not going on these games to play with other people. They're going on these games to play the fucking computer. That's what they want to do. So I completely agree. The problem also with forcing games to be online perpetually is that if you have any sort of internet issues, the game could just shut down. And the system will say, hey, sorry, we had to disconnect you from the game because your internet's not working. And that is fucking bullshit. You should be able to play a game offline all time. So that way, if you have any internet issues, you're not really worried about it because the game is offline. So yeah, I agree with you there. I've heard all this talk about, okay, I don't care about pagan holidays. Listen, we've had this discussion about Christmas being pagan and Easter being pagan since the fucking 1970s. I think we have beaten this horse to death. I think this conversation has been exhausted to the infinite degree. And I think it's time that we just bury this conversation under the ground and lay it to rest, and let's just live our lives. Let me see here. What do I want for Christmas? I'm good, man. I'm totally good. What I want for Christmas is to have a good live stream. That's what I would like for Christmas. Nothing like a good Friday night live stream, guys. I tell you that right now. You should try Metal Gear Solid 5. I've actually never played Metal Gear Solid. I think I played a little bit of one Metal Gear game, and that was it. But I've never gone into the Metal Gear Solid games. I am a pretty big Resident Evil fan. I love Resident Evil, waiting for RE9. I loved... you know, another game that never really got the credit that it deserves is Resident Evil Revelations 2. I've talked about this before, but Resident Evil, I know it's kind of a tongue twister, Resident Evil Revelations 2 is a masterpiece. It truly is a masterpiece of a game. And I'm actually surprised that it never really got a lot of attention, or it just didn't get the attention that I believe it deserves. And a lot of people praised that game. Not a lot, but the people who did do reviews of Resident Evil Revelations 2 did have mostly good things to say about it, but it's one of those masterpieces that just never really got the recognition that it deserved. And it's sort of a diamond in the rough. There was I don't know if you guys ever remember this. Do you guys remember G4? Do you guys remember G4? It was a TV network that was just dedicated to video games. It was amazing. Now, it existed before the world of Twitch and YouTube, you know, game streaming and all that stuff. So G4 is what we had as far as shows on video games went. But there was a great game called, not a game, sorry. There was a great show on G4 called Judgment Day. And it had a guy named Tommy Tallarico. There was Tommy Tallarico, and there was some dude named Victor on that show. And Tommy Tallarico was this super, not super, but he was a very, what's the word? He was a ruthless judge of video games. But he was accurate. I will say, Tommy Tallarico was very fair. when he said that a game sucked, you best damn well have believed him, because he was right every damn time. Every time that guy said a game sucked, he was absolutely right. Because when he said that a game was really good, and I played the games that he said were really good, I always said this dude is absolutely right. For example, there was Medal of Honor Rising Sun or something like that, which was a World War II game where you play against the Japanese. And Tommy Tallarico, I played the game before I watched the review by Tommy Tallarico, but Tommy Tallarico said this game is amazing. I think he gave it a 5 out of 5. And I saw that and I said, that dude's right. That dude was right every single time. He gave Men in Black a 0 or I think a 1 out of 5. And I never played Men in Black, but just by looking at the gameplay, I can tell you right now, Tommy Tallarico was absolutely right. But they had this segment called, I think it was called Diamond in the Rough or something like that, or Hidden Gems, I think it was called. And it was where they would talk about games that were really good, but that just were obscure. They were games that were really good, but were obscure in the sense that not a lot of people knew about them. And they would talk about games that were good, but just did not get the recognition that they deserved. And there's a bunch of games like that. Sleeping Dogs is one of them. Resident Evil Revelations 2 is another one. Which is another one. I think Bannerlord is another great game that just doesn't get a lot of praise, even though it's a freaking masterpiece. Bannerlord is the game that I have dreamt of. It's just a game where you can do battles, medieval battles, in a 3-dimensional world, and you could have thousands of soldiers in any given battle, and you could have archers and cavalry units and infantry units, and you can break up your units into different groups. And I will say that Bannerlord is the greatest thing that ever came out of Turkey. Theodore, would love to have you and your dad on my talk show podcast. As co-hosts? No. Maybe as guests, but not as co-hosts. Yeah, this channel is no offense, I'm just saying this channel is time consuming enough, so I can't be a co-host. That's impossible. Let me see here. I stopped playing games a while ago. All my time was taken up by history, religion, and work. Yeah, I don't really play a whole lot of video games. I play video games probably at most 3 times a week. But I do love them, though. Let's see here. Bannerlord battles are easy. 2/3 heavy cavalry, 1/3 heavy horse archers. Easy win. What if you're outnumbered, though? That's the thing. 2 of my favorite games are Deus Ex and Age of Conan. Never played them. Alma 3 has a good plot. Very good plot. I'll have to look into that. G4 showed us how to get the Scarab gun in Halo 2. Yeah, I remember they had a show called Cheat Code, and they would give you all the cheat codes for the games. And then there was another game that I will say did not get enough recognition was Freedom Fighter. Freedom Fighter on the GameCube was a fucking amazing game. Truly amazing game. It was such a cool game. Other than being Cold War propaganda, it was a great game in the sense that you could form an army. The entire game was urban warfare. You're in the middle of New York City, so you're doing street battles, and you're doing guerrilla tactics. You could form a team. You could break your team up into different groups. You could devise your own battle tactics. You could devise your own urban warfare battle strategies. You could do guerrilla warfare tactics. I mean, the game was so good. The multiplayer game where you could do capture the flag with your friends was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Number 5 is not the best to start off in the series. If you're talking about Resident Evil, I agree. RE5 was cool, but it wasn't the best RE game. The best RE game was RE4. the second best RE game was Resident Evil Revelations 2. I really enjoyed the remakes for RE2 and RE3. I really enjoyed Resident Evil Village. RE7 was great. RE7 was, out of all the Resident Evil games, RE7 was the one that had the most different vibe. It had the most horror movie-like vibe out of all the Resident Evil games. RE6, I think, got downplayed a lot, but I think undeservedly. I think some of the criticism is valid. For example, that RE6 is not a real Resident Evil game. It's more of just an action zombie game. It's not even a horror game. There's nothing scary about RE6. That's all legitimate criticism, and it's all accurate. But I will say that I think it got dogged on, a little bit too much. And I think it got a lot of undeserved criticism. A lot of people say that the game sucked. I don't think RE6 sucked at all. I just think RE6 doesn't feel like an RE game. And I think that it's just an action game. But once you get beyond that, it's a really fun action game. And I think that the story, especially between the I forgot their names, but it was there's this one part of the game where you play this dude and you're with this really good looking chick. And you have to take her through the zombie apocalypse world in, I think, China. And that's the best part of the game. It's a lot of fun. The Leon Kennedy part is also pretty cool. But the most beautiful part about RE6 is the fact that it's a very long game. So you get a lot of bang for your buck, so to speak. And when the game ends, at least there's different ways that you can beat the game, but when I beat the game, the credits rolled up and it had the most beautiful credits roll song I've ever heard in a game. It was so good. Just look up RE6 credits song. You'll hear it. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of music. I do like Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein, I loved Wolfenstein the Old Blood. Wolfenstein the Old Blood is another game that does not get enough credit. Beautiful game, beautiful music. Loved the Old Blood. The other recent Wolfenstein games are pretty good. Wolfenstein, what was it called? Wolfenstein the New Colossal or whatever was pretty good. Let's see here. I will say RE4 was cool. I did play that on my brother's PlayStation years ago. It's a great game. Two-handed axe, noble bow, 2 packs of legendary piercing arrows, and you have 62 arrows to spend. That's a good idea. I gotta get myself some piercing arrows. Numbers don't matter, especially if you delay and disperse their cavalry solo as a mounted archer. Oh, man. I gotta get some tips from you on battle tactics, because when I'm outnumbered, usually I lose. There were a few times when I was able to beat an army that was bigger than my own, but usually I lose. Maybe it's because I don't use Kuzite soldiers. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe I'm too busy, or maybe I'm making the mistake of using a lot of Sturgian and Aserai warriors. Bannerlord battles are easy. Okay, I already read that. How many people are listening to this stream, by the way? $74 people. Awesome. That's awesome. I don't play video games. That's too bad. I think you're missing out on a lot of enriching experiences. Theo, unrelated question. If you had to eat one ethnicity cuisine for the rest of your life, Chinese, specifically Sichuan Chinese cooking. Let's see. I have an app on my phone, Pocket FM, and play audiobooks. Your dad is tired of someone spamming. There's a lot of weird spamming on this chat. The last stream I did, the last stream was good, don't get me wrong, but the stream that I did before the last stream that I did was fucking amazing. It was a perfect stream. I think it was 7 hours or so. There were no weirdos in the chat. There was no people from the insane asylums spamming the chat with fucking comments on all caps, intelligent questions, intelligent conversations. It was great. Now, here's what I'm going to do, I think, about YouTube. I think what I'll do is, if I do a video that I know could get me punished on YouTube, I'll put it exclusively for Rumble. And then I'll link it on my page and say, hey guys, new video, exclusive for Rumble. That's it. If I do a video and I think, okay, I don't think YouTube can strike me, or I think that there's a pretty low chance of me getting punished for this one, I think I'll put it up on here. Yeah, I think there are people who are insane, like legit insane, and they're just spamming the chat. That takes work. What takes work? Video games? Oh, Cyberpunk? I never played Cyberpunk, but it looks like a really well done video game. My dad is not coming back. No, he did his thing and he is gone. Arkham Asylum. Yeah, they're calling me from fucking Gotham City. COVID melted their brains. Nah, dude, they were crazy even before COVID. I think people blame COVID way too much. Cancer rates are going up in America. Why are cancer rates going up in America? It's the vaccine, I tell you. Cancer rates were going up before COVID, my friends. Well, why is obesity so high? It's because of the vaccine. It's making everybody super fat. Obesity was going up before COVID. Americans were fat asses going all the way back to the early 2000s. Now, we're not the fattest country in the world. I will say that. I think America gets made fun of too much for having a lot of fat people. I think that America is not the fattest country in the world. The fattest country in the world is actually a little island country. Somewhere, I think, in Polynesia. I don't remember, but it's the fattest place in the world. I think Kuwait, the country of Kuwait, is fatter than the United States. Mental illness is increasing. It's COVID. Americans had a lot of mental health issues before COVID. The troglodytes were strong on the live stream. Yeah, man. But the stream that I did last week was also pretty good. There wasn't any crazies last stream, but the stream that I did before that was perfect. I mean, it went by smoothly. Music was great. Music was on point. I think I smoked even a little bit. I think I smoked some of the wonderful tobacco that Body Fit gave me. I think it was a 7-hour stream, went by amazingly, smoothly, nobody writing from the insane asylums. They really need to cut off all of the crazy houses from Wi-Fi. Crazy houses should not have Wi-Fi because then they start commenting on here because they have Wi-Fi. Cyberpunk. Maybe I will buy that for myself. I heard it's really good. I don't know. It just looks kind of weird. I heard it's kind of a... Isn't there some weird rainbow Skittles stuff in that game? Correct me on that if I'm wrong. Kuzite Khan's guard horse archers are the best for horse archery and charging when they run out of ammo. Sturgian, Druznik champions, and Imperial elite cataphracts are the best cavalrymen. Yeah, Sturgians are really good infantrymen, especially when they have shield wall. I love me some good shield wall. YouTube still sucks. Yeah, I agree. Have you ever played Medieval 2 Total War? I have not played that game lately, to be honest with you. And this is probably just a me thing, but the thing that I've noticed about Medieval 2 is that it's really fun in the beginning. And then after you conquer a bunch of cities, you have to really focus on budgeting, and that becomes really tedious. And so with Bannerlord, I realized that you don't really have to worry about budgeting in Bannerlord. With Bannerlord, you could just make a whole bunch of expensive swords and sell them, and you could make $500,000 or whatever their currency is pretty fast, and never have to really worry about budgeting. I never worry about budgeting in Bannerlord, never. Even if I have a lot less money than I need, I don't really worry about it because I know all I have to do is just buy a bunch of metals, buy a bunch of wood, smith a bunch of giant swords, smith a bunch of giant two-handed swords, and sell each sword for 2,000, 7,000, 9,000 a piece, and make $100,000, $200,000 in a matter of minutes, and just keep doing that until I make $500,000 or so. Bam, I'm covered for a long time. Have I ever played Fallout? I've never played Fallout. It was great. My favorite was the German. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. So the stream that I did before the last stream that I did this this debate with this Hosberist about war crimes in Gaza, and that debate went by so smoothly well for me. It was amazing. It was so fun. That debate was so awesome. And then before that, I debated a Catholic apologist, and that debate went awesome as well for me. So it was great. We had 2 victorious debates. We had a lot of stuff to talk about. We had a lot of jokes. We played some great music, and it was just amazing. It was a perfect stream. Just a perfect ass stream. Perfect stream. Had some great tobacco. I mean, it was amazing. Amazing, guys. Let's see here. That dude was well, he was definitely a scoundrel. That's definitely for sure. You see, the reason why that guy didn't want to debate my dad is because he knew he would lose. People just want to accuse and then leave. But once the person who has been accused tells the accuser, okay, if you really believe in what you're saying about me, if you're really believing in your accusation against me, then let's debate it. They back out because they know they're lying and they know they'll lose. Yeah, he found out later that I was playing music, and he wrote me on X and he said, "Oh, you're so rude," or whatever. I was like, yeah, don't care. Satan is an accuser, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I played the Around the World song, which is an amazing piece of music. Did you play Fallout? No, I already answered that question. I didn't play Fallout. I don't have my lighter with me, so... The wicked are full of debate. That is true. That is true. And they don't want to debate you to reach common ground or to reach the truth about something. They just want to debate you to exhaust you. And that's exactly what this guy came for, because I was giving him facts and he would never deal with any of the facts that I gave him. He would just switch the topic, deflect, whatever, and I just wasn't interested in that. I heard that Fallout games are really good. It's like a post-apocalyptic game or something like that. No lighter, you should have 2. Yeah, I have a lighter here, but I have to refill it with butane or whatever it's called, butane. This little spark comes out, but it's not really enough. Yeah, I hear Fallout is a really good game. I hear Fallout Vegas or whatever is a really good game, but I've just never come around it. They aren't after the truth. They just love arguing and proving how right they are. Yep, that's correct. He finally got good sleep. Who finally got good sleep? He had his handlers in the background. He sure did. Yep, I remember that. What happened to your herbal drinks? I have a whole bunch of, what do you call it? Dandelion root beer. And it is still in the bottles. I have consumed a number of them, but I'm just slowly drinking them. I don't want to drink all of them too quickly. I'll never forget that stream. It was a magical stream, I will say. It was a wonderful, magical night of debating and winning, and it was just win-win. The tobacco was perfect. The topics that I covered were really interesting. The way that I covered them was really well done. We covered a lot of ground. We discussed a lot of different topics, a lot of geopolitical topics. We talked about, it was just amazing. Goose Hunter did not check in. You dancing while the Hosberg guy was talking, it was amazing. Yeah. And the reason why I did that is because he just kept deflecting and he wasn't addressing anything that I was telling him, and he was talking about something that happened in 1948 and all that. We're not talking about 1948. And he was talking about Sudan and whatever and Nigeria, and I'm thinking, we're not talking about Sudan. We're talking about Israel. Did I ever get into anime? I have never gone into anime, but I did get into anime music. There's some music from anime movies and shows that are really good. Really good. That Israeli guy was probably one of those something folks who are being paid. Probably, yeah, absolutely. What else is, I mean, that, yeah. Yeah, I agree. $7,000 or what? $7,000, man. That guy looked like one of the characters from the Mexican show. Okay, so for one thing, the thumbnail that I chose for that guy is not really him. It's, it was just an AI depiction of somebody just so I could make a thumbnail. That's all it was. What else do we got? I heard Judas was paid 7,000 shekels. Yep. No, you didn't deter my dad now. No, he'll be back. AI thumbnail. Yep. Yeah, so if I have a video that I think if I have a video that I think has a good chance of being struck by YouTube, I'll put it exclusively for Rumble, X, maybe BitChute. BitChute's a little strange in how it does things. And I'll just say, hey guys, new video, it's on Rumble. If I do a video where I do a lot of code talk, then I'll put it up on here and Rumble up at the same time. And then if YouTube just deletes me, then you guys know where to find me. I'll be on Rumble. The problem with Hamas is that they follow the Muslim Brotherhood ideology, which is evil and neo-Ottoman. Yeah. They're speaking in tongues. Yep, exactly. He was definitely a weirdo, that's for certain. The PLO was more secular nationalist than it was Islamist. That's for certain. AI is terrible, and you know what I hate is Google is almost a completely useless search engine. It almost is completely useless. You go on Google, you type in something, and the first thing you get is some AI answer. And you don't even know if the AI answer is accurate, because what the AI does is it just goes through all the different websites in your search results, and then it gives you basically a summation of what it thinks all these websites are concluding, or it comes to a conclusion based on what other websites are saying, or based on what it thinks all these different websites are saying. So you really can't fully rely on it. It's just a little bit weird, I will say. It's a little bit weird. You're still streaming? Yeah, that's how we do things here. Yeah, binge. I use what's it called? I use Yandex. Yandex is really good. Truck is too expensive. That sucks. Well, the AI search results is a deterioration, and it's going to lead to the deterioration of our brains, because instead of us actually putting in the effort and actually enduring through the challenge of what it takes to find information and to gain knowledge, we're just searching stuff, and then the first AI answer we get, we just read that and then think that that's actually the truth. We automatically just accept it. And that is dangerous, because it's teaching people to, for one, be lazy. So it's deconditioning our brains so that we'll be lazy, and we'll lose the willpower to actually do research. And two, it's conditioning us to believe whatever the fuck AI has to say, which is just crazy to me. Yandex is good because it's Russian. Exactly. Same thing happened with my wife's car last month. Blah, blah, blah. Friday Night with Theo. Yeah. The thing about the PLO is that it was too moderate for Israel. Israel actually was threatened by the PLO, not because it was considered to be the biggest terrorist organization of its time, but because it was too moderate. And Israel knew that if the PLO remained moderate, that it could actually win the hearts of people in the Western world. And Israel didn't want that. Israel wants its enemies to be stubborn and to be unreasonable. It wants to be able to portray its enemies as completely unreasonable and barbaric. And so when the PLO showed that it could actually be reasoned with, Israel was threatened by that, because then the narrative of the narrative that says Israel is facing just unreasonable enemies who cannot be negotiated with just fell flat on its face. So Israel wanted to remove the PLO and replace it with something more Islamist, more fanatical. That's why it backed Hamas. What do you think about the three? I have no idea what that is. 3 Atlas. No one why so many have gone for code language, saying something more explicit, you get canceled. That's correct. Yeah, that's why people say Mustache Man, the Austrian painter. So guess what? I'm going to have to use code talk. I'm just going to have to use code Mustache Man. I'm not going to say Israel. Or I guess I could say Israel because it is a country, but I'm not going to say that Israel is going to be whatever, doomed in the future. I'm going to say Israel has a very dark, dark future. Well, the PLO was more secular. It was tolerant of Christians. It could present itself in a way that could be appealing to Westerners. That's why it was threatening. Code talk with Theo. Yep. Toothbrush Man. I'm just gonna say, yeah, Zion. Yeah, we could just go with that. That's a good idea. Zion. I'm just gonna say Zion. Zion Stan. We could say Zion Stan. Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Zion Stan. Instead of saying something like Jewish fanatics or like Jewish far right, I could say Third Temple cultist. Ooh, that's a good one. What do you think about the future of North Korea, South Korea, and Japan? I think there's going to be a war between China and Japan. I think there's going to be a third Sino-Japanese war. I don't really know about North Korea. Maybe Japan will have to fight North Korea and China at the same time, but I think there's going to be a very cataclysmic war between Japan and China in the future. Marching to Zion. Yeah, if YouTube deletes me, you guys know where I'll be. You know, I think that'll be it. Change your name to Theodore Herzl. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think it really matters what your username is. I think what matters is what you say. The Austrian painter. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. Anyway, guys, I think I've stayed long enough. I'm gonna have to get going. It's been a lot of fun. It was a great stream, wonderful stream, except for some of the crazies in the chat spamming the chat with their lunacy. But other than that, it was a great stream. We had a lot of fun talking about games and all that. Have you ever played Stalker? I really want to play Stalker 2. I haven't played it, no, but I will. I do plan on getting Stalker 2 one day. It looks like a great Doomer game. But yeah, I've talked long enough. And I think we're good. And so really the game plan is going to be that even though I said F YouTube, I'll continue to post on YouTube, but only if there's code talk and I know that there's a very low chance of the video being taken down. If I do have a video that I know could be taken down and get me TOS striked, I'll just put it exclusively for Rumble, but I will from now on be uploading all my videos on Rumble anyway. So there's that. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. So we had a slight change of plans. I'll be supporting people snatching and you. How? Explain to me later. But yeah, we had a change of plans. I'm glad we got to talk about that and brainstorm on that. That was a lot of fun. But that was really great. Great stream, guys. And I will be seeing you guys soon, God willing. And if YouTube decides to just delete me, then you guys know where to find me. I'll be on Rumble. If YouTube deletes this channel, I will never make a channel on here again. That'll be it. And that's it. That's it. I'll be on Rumble, X, and whatever. Yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Be well. God bless you guys. You guys just heard some theology.